All right, there we are.
I'm waiting for us to show up. See if
That's
I need to
right,
adjust
Sandy.
my camera.
Look,
Maybe a little bit.
we're streaming.
Am I going the right way? Let's see if I can find out.
Huh?
I'm just seeing if I'm going the right way.
Oh,
in terms
oh,
of
you're moving your camera.
The camera. Yeah. I mean, it's it's good enough.
It's good enough.
Just as long as I sound good. And I guess the microphone's not directly in front of my face, but I can always adjust that.
Oh, Sandy, do you want to show everyone your little incision for your cyst? Can anyone see this little bare spot on her?
Oh,
I don't know. It might be on her hip. Might be a little hard to see behind this. Sort of the microphone's obscuring it a little. And she's also got a little. She almost looks like she's got like a samurai thing going on with her tail here because they've got this bandage wrapped around it for another cyst they worked on. She's gonna get that bandage off tomorrow. So I bet your tail looks really pitiful underneath it, Sandy.
Yeah, well,
He's probably all shaved up. Poor little creature. Poor little creature. Yeah,
maybe
you're
Nelly
acting
will make
fine.
an appearance at some point. Down
She hasn't needed to wear the collar, the cone, because I mean she's shown absolutely no indication that she is going to mess with it. But yeah, she's all okay. I mean, she had an unhappy day on Friday, but ever since she's been totally normal.
Monday, Tuesday, unhappy day. Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, unhappy days.
By the way, how's the audio balance? Coury changed.
Yeah, let me know.
Coury changed.
I added in a Fathead preamp to my microphone in order to make my audio sound better for the podcast that I do with Chris, because I was having to max out the gain on this microphone, and sometimes it would cause some like weird distortion. So I put a Fathead in the line, and I got to use some phantom power, but it makes it. I only have to go like 30% now to get good audio.
Sandy, what you fussing about? She hasn't pooped. She's all off schedule because of the surgery too.
Yeah,
because she got real cleared out afterward on Friday and then didn't do anything yesterday.
Man, there's 3 donations. I'm just gonna go ahead and get it because Jeremy Farbman donated $5 way before at the start of the stream.
Oh,
when
thank
we were just doing, the pre-stream stuff, saying that it's Jeremy Farbman's birthday, and I want to give back to MLiG for making every Sunday night awesome.
Nice.
Well, happy birthday! Happy birthday! I hope that you had a good
22nd.
birthday, and you're relaxing and getting ready to watch some Wunderling DX. I don't even know what to expect. I know that you bought this, and then I decided not to.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna.
Well, part
decision.
of the reason I actually, I was debating a few things to stream, and part of the reason I settled on this was because they actually, it was open pre-order, but then, it took a while for it to manufacture and ship. But they actually have like excess made, and that's on their premium edition. It's on the premium. This one's from Premium Edition Games, and they actually have it available for order. So I mean, I played the demo for this a few years ago. I thought it was pretty interesting. Who knows what the rest of the game is like? But if it ends up being good and people see it, I thought like, well, why not I show it off while people like actually have a chance still to buy it, right?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think I saw them tweet something about it earlier. My Twitter usage has been like very, very minimal.
Well, why don't you continue on with that thought and continue on with the super chats while I see if Sandy has to poop, because she's all off.
Well, I saw them. I saw them tweet something about how they were like giving a copy of this away or something like that. So it's just kind of random that you are playing this. But I have barely used Twitter because I stopped supporting the third party apps, And like once that happened, then I can't use Tweetbot anymore. I just like removed Twitter from my phone, so I can still use TweetDeck on my PC, which I mean I think that's just the way that it works. It's almost like its own like web page type thing, so I can use that on my PC. But I've just like removed, removed Tweetbot and just like did not. I have no interest in like installing the official app. Anyways, but happy birthday, Jeremy. There was also $5 from Nana Cheesecake saying, "Oh, would you look at that? Happy Sunday looks like it." Yes, it is. It's another happy Sunday. I'm a little exhausted. We had my son's birthday party today. I almost said brother. I don't know why. We had my son's birthday party today, and we were supposed to go to like a big Nerf arena thing that seemed like it was going to be really fun, but we got like this random huge snowstorm today, and like a bunch of stuff was closed.
Oh wow.
So we ended up having to redo the schedule for the birthday party, and we just like had a bunch of his friends here, and then we went sledding. I haven't personally done sledding in a very long time, and a Nerf arena, not nervous arena, Nerf, like Nerf guns. And I hadn't sledded in a very long time. My camera is being stupid with the autofocus. I gotta turn that crap off. Let me see if I can do that while I'm talking. So we ended up doing that today, and that was fun. It was very fun to do some sledding, and so a Nerf arena, like I'm sure that it's probably decent. I think that the idea like stemmed from the fact that he had another friend who had a birthday party at a laser tag place a few weeks ago, and we just had the best time. It was really, really cool. But
anyway, I should probably switch to the game.
Yeah,
huh?
Yeah. Go ahead and start. I'll continue on.
Hopefully, Sandy will be entertained. She peed, by the way. She did not poop.
Are you not entertained? I'm just gonna get in here and configure my video and turn off that autofocus.
So for people who don't know anything about this game, which I don't know much about other than I played the demo and then eventually there was a physical copy, and so of course I bought it. I just think the concept of this game is pretty clever. It's basically like a platformer from the perspective of a Goomba. So you are, the Goomba equivalent of the game, and all you can do is move left and right and jump.
Man, that sounds like it would be fun, but also not very fun at
all. I am intrigued.
Yeah. Well,
the character automatically moves, so everything you do.
No, so it's like an auto run.
Well, it seems more puzzle based though. It's not like an endless runner though. Like it's more about like, because then you like go back and forth. Like you hit a wall and go back, and then you like have to like work your way up basically.
Yeah, well, I'll be interested. It looks like it has a self-destruct button because it's possible to get into situations where you can't win.
Right, probably.
Anyways, there was also $5 from Kelly L. Thank you, saying paw tip for healing puppy. Demo Kirby has a new office TV setup, and I said I have to give the paw tip today. Anyway, in celebration of it. Well, congratulations and thank you. I'm sure. Oh, is this like Carrot Man? You're not playing as Carrot Man.
I am playing as Carrot Man, actually.
Oh.
Right now I am. He's the
it's gonna switch.
He's the hero.
I see. Heck yeah. I needed this. But thank you, Kelly. And yeah, I hope that you're watching the stream on the new TV.
What was the new TV?
Just a new office TV setup. Demo Kirby has a new office TV setup, and I said that I had to give a pod tip. See it on the big screen. There's also $2 from Jonathan Hinson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying I'm a cowboy and I'm about to throw up watching this game. I'm assuming you're like I'm a Cowboys fan. I assume like because I think they're playing San Francisco right now. And I'm about to throw up watching this game. I needed the distraction right now. Is it really close or is it a blowout? That's a good question. I mean, it like Cincinnati kind of wrecked Buffalo today. So it was pretty decisive from the outset. Also, Joshua Helmicke has been a member for 38 months in a row. 38. Saying happy birthday to Coury's son. Go Nerf arenas. Go sledding. Go everything.
Go tossing around a Frisbee.
Yeah, go toss around a Frisbee. I mean, I can't do that, especially right now. It's not very easy to do things like that. But, the snow today, it was like the perfect packing snow because it was just like slightly, I guess, like rainy, like in between the when it was snowing. So it was you just roll it into like they made a snowman. Some of the kids made a snowman, and it was just roll it. It was so easy. But it's also, it was so easily packable that someone could get really hurt, I guess. But yeah, sledding was fun. Well, we didn't, our sled was kind of busted. We were lucky that some other people had some sleds, because sleds are kind of expensive.
Oh, really?
I guess it depends on what you get.
I mean, I remember I had like a plastic sled.
Well, that's what they are. But it feels like they're a little bit more expensive than they used to be. So, I don't know. There's also $1.99 from Madonna Sheehy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Saying, please buy Sandy a recovery treat for us.
I do need to buy some more dog food, so maybe I'll go looking for something.
PetSmart has these cookies at the checkout.
Yeah.
Like dog cookies, and they have like a layer of frosting on them. I mean, they look like you could
probably eat them, and they'd probably be good.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a dumb question. I was buying, and I'm are these? I asked the one, I was like, are these good? And she's like, I guess. And I realized after I said it, it's like, I don't know if that is insulting that I asked that. I didn't mean that. You know what I mean? It's like I didn't mean for it to come out that way, but I just ask it she's like, I guess I think your dog would probably like it. It was not intentional. It's a dumb question. Also, Shadow Mask has been a member for 20 months in a row. 20 months. Coming up on 2 years. Saying, I love a good fourth wall breaking story. Some might say that it's too real to be real. You talk about this game. Does they have some fourth wall breaking? We've been kind of thinking about doing some merch in a roundabout way. I think.
So she gave me the power to jump. That's the only power I have.
Okay, so the witch gave it the power.
The witch is the villain. And I'm her minion.
I see. But now that we have these Blu-rays coming, I mean, I don't know did we even talk about that last week? Did we talk about the Blu-rays?
We probably did.
I think I mentioned it during the stream. Yeah, I did. That we have like 250.
Right. And if demand, some people really think there's going to be a lot of demand, and I don't know.
I have no idea. And if they sell through, we're gonna just like take the money, whatever we make on them, and like if there's like a lot of demand, they sell like completely out. We'll just like get more made.
Yeah.
Like maybe like
it's hard
like
to estimate though how much additional demand there is.
Exactly.
But
exactly. But that's certainly something that we are thinking about, and we don't want to run into a situation where people can't get it. But also this is a good test bed for it.
Mm-hmm.
But in preparation for getting that, we're going to sell it on our website. So you can go to mylifeandgaming.com, and when there's a store link at the top that will have, that's where it will be listed at first.
Can you put Chubbins on the cover? I mean,
we can't put Chubbins. Chubbins not on the cover.
We could possibly put Chubbins on the disc if we were allowed to, but there'd be no reason for Chubbins.
But we're gonna, we'll put it for sale on there, and it's really funny because it was like not super necessary, but I did it anyways. Is that once I realized like, oh, we're gonna be doing this through the website, I should update the website because I realized that there's a page for episodes that has all the episodes listed on it. And the last time that I updated that was
hungry.
The games we played in 2018.
He's a Takahashi Meijin.
Oh, he has I see.
You can't spend too long or he gets hungry.
Yeah.
Just like Adventure Island.
But I realized like once I updated the website, because I thought I should just do this because it's been a long time. So what I actually did is I went through and added like not only the episodes, but also like every single bonus video that we've ever put on the channel. And
I've been paying so much attention to the game, I've kind of lost track of what you're talking about. What?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
What's this have to do with Blu-rays?
I was just saying that once when I knew that we were going to sell it, when we were, send it off to sell on the website, I realized I hadn't updated the website. There's like a page for with episodes, and it just like lists all the episodes where you can scroll through, and it's like their own page. And I realized I hadn't updated that. And the last thing that was on there was the games that we played in 2018. So I went through and I updated all of that, but I also added to that list all of the bonus things that we ever like have released or like I've ever made. So like all the like the video logs and like behind the scenes stuff. So it's kind of neat going through there and scrolling, and it's just like endless scrolling of like all the stuff. So if you wanted to like an easy way to look through all the episodes and like see almost like also all of the bonus stuff, just like in one big list, you can just go to that page and scroll through. And it's just like, it's endless scrolling till you get to DuckTales Remastered. And it's just kind of neat seeing everything. But man, I'll tell you, I was looking at that, and when I was listening to everything, it's like, holy cow, we were like firing on all cylinders in 2019. It is insane the amount of videos that we made in 2019. Like not only like regular episodes, but with the video logs, we were releasing at least like one video or two videos every single week.
What? Yeah.
Like we were doing the weekly video logs. So
Dude,
we had at least.
Were we really that consistent for that long?
Yeah, I mean, we did video logs every week for basically the entire year. I think the video log was like at the very end of the year, and we started those in 2018, like October 2018, and it is unbelievable, like how many videos we released that year. I mean, that is like easily the most videos. Like whether or not they were all public is one thing, but just in terms of video log stuff, I'm just saying, like, if you hadn't seen any of these video logs, and a lot of them are, they're at least like 30 minutes long each, because it's just us talking about stuff. And that's like, and now I feel like, oh, that's like, I've been thinking about how much I wanted to do stuff like that again. And it kind of made me realize, like, hey, these are actually pretty similar to like ad lib videos, but just like by ourselves. So, like I have a setup over at my table there. I put in a new arm so I can like mount a camera, and I could easily just like sit there and talk. And that's how I'm going to do the video on this thing, this Ambernick handheld, where I have like the script, and I can use an overhead camera and a face cam. And I also have my my Zoom right overhead, so I can record like all my audio separately using that as well. And I'm just going to put the script on the teleprompter and just kind of go like each paragraph at a time, just kind of, and make it so I can cut it like between like the face cam and the overhead stuff. So
basically you're saying script it, but shoot
it's going to be a lot looser of a script. I mean, just even the stuff that I have already is super.
But like, it could be interesting if it's like it's scripted, but you like just like are showing stuff on the screen like in real time, basically.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to be doing. That's and then I can add in other stuff afterwards. If I want to add in, like glamour shots and stuff like that, like I can do that all separately. And I mean, I think it's like if it works the way that I want it to work, it would be easy to do more videos like that. But if you go to the website and you just go through that stuff and you haven't seen like any of the behind the scenes stuff, or I mean, you can go to the front page of the channel and it's all on a playlist there too. But there's like something like almost 100 video log / behind the scenes stuff.
Got pants.
I mean, there is a lot of stuff. Oh, you can put some blue jeans on. All right, I got to catch up here. There was several things here. There was also another $5 from Kelly. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Saying Demo Kirby only had CRTs in his office previously.
Wow.
I brought him into the 21st century with an LCD TV so he can modern game in his office too. That's some.
Ooh,
that's
it looks like there's
some support. Like I'm envious. And there's also $5 from Cletus L. Fetus saying the eternal question, when is the video on fixing CRT geometries? You mentioned it in a RGB video from 2015 and y'all slacking.
We shot some stuff with Steve from Retrotech that could become that video like back in early 2020, like February. And I still want to go back to that stuff and turn it into that, but it's really, I think, going to end up being more of an informational video and not like super hardcore. And it's basically going to be like, I would say this mostly more, it's most likely to be like kind of the ground level information of like, here's what's possible to be done. Here's what your expectations should be. Here's the broad strokes of how it works. Now, if you want more like hardcore specifics, go watch Steve.
Yes. I mean, well, exactly. And he has so many videos.
And you can still just go watch Steve now.
Yeah. And you'll get way more information you would get out of something that we would do. Honestly. He has like walkthroughs for specific TVs or monitors, etc. on there, and it's just so much more information than we could possibly even come close to doing. So, I am gonna try to finish that Ambernick video in January. It'd be real nice to do it. Like, I don't think it's basically I just gotta sit down and record it, and then hopefully it's like not a ton of editing. But I'm going to label it an ad-lib video, I think. Because
I've kind of wanted to do that for videos that were like really casual but scripted. There've been times where I'm
where you can, yeah. So that's, I mean, I don't even know if it'll have an ad-lib, like the ad-lib intro on it. But I think when I was kind of going through and doing those, like the videos for the website, I spent a little time just kind of tweaking the titles on some of the stuff, and like the stuff that are ad lib, like I just removed the ad lib from the title. And
knock the airbags. That's funny.
Does that make sense? Like I just removed the ad lib from the actual title, because you know what? Who cares? You know, like seeing that word on there might make people less inclined to check it out. Like what does this even mean? You know?
Wait, seeing what word might make people less inclined to check it out or more inclined?
Okay, so what I did is I went through, when I was adding the videos to the website, I removed, when I got to the ad lib stuff, I removed the word ad lib from the title of the video.
Okay.
Just because because I decided, like, who cares? You know, some people might. I don't think it's going to change people's opinion on whether they would watch it or not.
Maybe not.
But also, you know, people that don't know what it is like, what does this even mean? You know, like it doesn't even matter.
We have like, whoa.
We've like struggled with with those
overthought like the branding on shorter videos, unscripted videos, something like, and ultimately like when we overthink about branding on stuff, it's like at the end of the day we're the only ones who even are overthinking this.
Exactly.
None of the viewers aren't overthinking it.
I mean, that's why I think like those videos, like it could easily be. It could be that same intro, and it doesn't even have to have the like the word ad lib or whatever on it. It could just be like a short, really quick intro itself. You know what I mean? Like just like it doesn't have to have like the full episode intro on it. It just makes me think about like, does it even matter? You know, like we should feel. Like we should feel totally empowered to do videos like that if we want to, and you know we don't have to, dress it up like it's either one thing or another. It can be like, hey, I just want to make this quick video, and let's just put the tag on there, like that thing, the Mario Paint intro that you made. But it doesn't even have to have the word ad lib in there. I mean, does anybody even think about that at all? Does anybody feel like they would that are watching this right now? Do you feel like you would be less inclined to watch a video like that versus normal stuff? Because I think that even the stuff that have been ad libs that are just like are us talking, they have comparisons. They have like the same kind of information in there. You know what I mean? It's just like we're just like kind of talking through it. And that's how it is with this Ambernick video too, where it's like, you know, I don't do a ton with software emulation. So it's very much me kind of working through it and figuring it out too. You know, as like I'm going to be, I talk about the process of like, oh, these are the things that matter to me when it comes to like devices like this. How do I achieve what I want out of it. You know, when you think of it, think of like the back half of your C2 review.
Yeah, which, you know, I always thought like, oh, like people are going to call me out for like phoning it in for the second part of that video because like I had, you know, much less material in the second half. And I just kind of needed to get done like for sanity, right? And no one said anything like, oh, like this, it looks like way less effort in the second part of the video. No one said anything. That was just me being hard on myself, you know?
Right. And yeah, like ad-lib means just, you know, without a script. We're just talking. See, you know, and I see Tori Hanzo like mentions Wolf Den, and like I've been watching a lot of that channel lately, and like that's exactly the kind of thing that I feel that I could achieve, where it's just, you know, you have the script and it's kind of like, hey, like let's figure this out, let's talk through it, and you know, who knows what we'll figure out while we're messing around with it. And I mean, I will have a script, or at least like points to hit. But it would be nice to have a script but it's also just like it's written out in a way that would keep me from like rambling on, but also, you know, be able to get information into it without getting sidetracked or whatever. Because I mean, we both need scripts no matter what. Although, especially if it's just us in the video, like we definitely just need the script. But yeah, I mean, I think that the idea of making ad-lib videos like a separate thing is just something that we're not going to do anymore. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm going to tell you right now. It's the first time I'm hearing about it. Like, I don't want to have them, like, you know, separated from like our normal episode.
I saw
Outline is definitely something.
If I played Valkyrie Elysium, I played part of the demo. Wait, did she just turn me into a dragon?
Well, a chunky little dragon.
I mean, I played the demo, and yeah, it seemed like there wasn't much going on.
Yeah.
But like, I definitely plan to get it eventually, you know, hopefully for cheap.
But yeah, I mean, I would have a list with bullet points, but also like I would have specific scripted parts for like ideas or things that I have discovered throughout, so I can just like get that information in there. Like it would be an outline with script, like some scripted parts. So I mean, it's I just think that sometimes like we just like overthought a lot of stuff, and it's I don't want to do that anymore. I don't know how we got on this from too real to be real, but that's what happened. I think it's just because I was talking about the website and about how we want to kind of explore the idea of like doing some merch, and I think that anything like related to too real to be real would be at the top.
Yeah. So I've this is
we're gonna talk to some people.
Let me run an idea by the chat, and you know, you keep an eye on to sort of see if you can gauge the interest. I might have talked about this before. I think I've talked to you about this before. But I can't remember if I've talked about like on a stream or in the Discord or anything. It's probably been a couple of years since I did. But So I kind of got reinterested this week in this idea that I had a while back. And I'm kind of like recalibrating like how I think about this and like how it should be done. Um, but I've had this idea for a while that like I feel like with our audience being like, interested in analog technology and analog processes, I feel
Mhm.
like people might get the point of it if we sold on our website photographic prints of like just like sort of shots framed up maybe in a similar way to how we might shoot b-roll, like shot on film on a film camera.
Oh, who did that? I mean, that it gets expensive if you want to develop that stuff.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what I was looking at, kind of thinking about this week. Like, I
But even if
mean,
it's just like digital prints, I think that people would still do it.
that's where I was kind of changing my thought, because I was looking into it, and like, I mean, there's like a local like photography club or society or something that like you have a membership fee to, and you can rent the dark room. But I kind of got the impression that the dark room was probably only equipped for black and white, and that's all
Okay.
I've ever done myself, like in
I
high
mean, that
school
could
and
be
college.
cool too, but that I mean, I feel like that would be we'd have to like hire somebody to like develop all this
It would.
stuff.
I mean, there could maybe be an appeal to it being a limited thing, like like develop it with a real photo and light-based photo enlarger on real light-sensitive photo paper. Develop it by hand and stuff, and the deviations and stuff you get from that, or
Yeah.
little minor variations. But I guess, but I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I don't. I mean, it might be black and white, it might be color, I don't know. But like, there were some film photos that I took on vacation several years ago, maybe 5 or so years ago, that I wanted to like develop for just my personal use into like larger prints, and they're
Right.
color. And I was like, well, how can I do that? But then I was like, kind of like recalibrating my thought on it. Like, as long as it is like a good quality, printer print, on good
Yeah.
photographic paper, like, I mean, with a good process, like there's like a local camera shop that I could get like a good process print from.
But I'm sure there's a place that we could upload this stuff to
I looked into that a little bit too, but like the thing is, like, also like, okay, yeah, you could just get digital scans when you get the film developed at the camera shop, but since they do so many, like it's probably not very high resolution. Like, I was looking into it. There's like, there's good like super high DPI film scanners
Mhm.
for like $400. And I've been sort of thinking about it, like oh, I want to do you know, these prints of my own vacation photos, and then like that's just something that I've kind of thought about like getting into, like what I just think it would be neat, just like even if it wasn't a true photographic paper print, but it was printed on high quality photo paper, would people still be interested in that, like
Mhm.
with it being a film photo, like a shot on film photograph. Like I still think I think there's still value in that, because like it's just
Yeah.
actually getting them made for real, whether yourself or whether you send it off, like I think is pretty hard and pretty expensive. So I don't know how viable that would be.
Yeah. Well, I think that we could even just like look in the, like when we're shooting B-roll, we could take photos of the stuff.
Yeah, or I mean, I don't necessarily, I wasn't necessarily thinking in terms like that, but like because I would want to like set up like the shot and put time and thought into it, to make sure it's what I want it to be.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not opposed to getting out the gear another time or anything like that.
Yeah.
Or getting out the equipment. I mean, I don't know. It's just it's a thought. Like, I mean, like we could even make it like a series. Like I was thinking, like, well, what if we had like an RGB Nintendo series that was like had like kind of like a maybe it was like a monochrome photo, and like there was like an NES shot that was like tinted red, and there was like a Super Nintendo shot tinted green, and an N64 shot tinted blue, or something like that, to make like an RGB Nintendo series. Or you could do the same with an RGB Sega series with like Master System,
right.
Genesis, Saturn, something like that. I don't know, just I thought it would be fun to do, but I don't know if people would care, if they'd be like, oh yeah, like that's like cool to have like a photo, a print of a film photo like that.
Yeah.
And I have no
idea.
I have no estimate for how much it would cost. Me or the people buying them, but
yeah.
It's something that I think it would be fun to do.
Yeah, I agree.
So I don't know. I want to do it, but like I want to come up with a reason to justify buying a $400 film scanner. I wish I could do it as a real thing, but
yeah.
I mean a real like legit like put it through the chemical baths and photo enlarger and stuff like that. But like the facilities to do it are just
right.
For color, like even people who are still enthusiastic about film photography, like aren't doing it that way anymore. Like for color, like for film, for black and white, some yes, but for color, like the impression I'm getting is it's just not really done that way anymore. Like if you do color film photography, then it's scanned,
Mm-hmm. So there was $2 from Demo Kirby. Thank you. Saying a 90s style fuzzy font T-shirt that says Shimmer. I mean, there's lots of ideas, and I think that we were initially put off by the idea because whenever anybody would get in touch with us, like, oh, we want to do like merches, like always, like stuff of us, and I'm like, nobody wants to buy artwork of us. And I don't want people to.
I don't want people to buy artwork of us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a checkpoint.
Oh, we almost. Need a long. Ricky Diamond says we need a long sleeve T-shirt that says
"Cool decision"
on the sleeves. Also, there was $5 from DT Playthroughs, saying Alex from Super Beard Brothers and Chilluminati podcast wrote this game, his first. Super cool to see it getting some love. He's very
really?
funny and chill dude. Is that
unfortunately I can't say I'm familiar because I don't frequent podcasts all that much, but that's pretty interesting.
Well, I assume is that Alex Faciani? I think it is. I mean, he works with Gerard, Completionist.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that he follows us on Twitter. If it is him, you should tweet to him and say that we are playing it. It should come and hang out in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I played this on the Backloggery stream. If Doc Dragon is here, it was it was his directorship for me to play random Switch demos, mostly for laughs, but hey, there were a few good ones in here there. And this was one of the ones that stood out to me like, oh, like this is an interesting idea. Like I like an idea where you are the Goomba.
Yeah. JJ Garcia said, I buy a headband that reads Satan's counterattack. I mean, there's probably like a lot of stuff that we always think, oh, this is like that we haven't even considered would be a good idea for a shirt.
Oh yes.
Cloud FF7 2000 says that if it was a shirt that had artwork of angry me from the Game Sack skit parodying the Sega CD commercial. I mean, people mention that all the time.
That
might
actually
really
work.
It's out of character for me, and I feel like if I could fit that in somehow, like that personality into a video at some point, maybe I could do that. But it's funny that I have a I was looking whether or not I had enough material for another blooper reel, because when I do the blooper reel, and I think I might, I'm gonna put the entire 5-minute take of me doing that, like in different ways, in it. Like just let it go. It's like a 5-minute video of me doing it in different ways, doing the Sega CD skit in different ways. Yeah, I mean, we can't do anything with Craig Sadler on it. Like, we never. He's not our character.
I mean,
our thing that we do.
Yeah, I mean, we've never really done anything with his stuff.
Yeah. What's a video that we keep trying to make that we always give up on? Well, you could say it's that CRT geometry episode.
Whoa.
Please include Sophia in the My Pets Are Gaming clothing. Can we make... Oh, you got wings.
Look at this. This is like being a blue Yoshi.
That's fun. No, Craig Sailor is not part of our cinematic universe. I don't even know. What even is? I mean, Chubbins is. I mean, as of now,
yeah,
last several months, but. Oh yeah, I did see the Game Sack skit today. Very good. It was really funny.
I saw a lot of people talking about it in the MLiG Discord, so even though I didn't have time to watch the episode yet, I did.
Yeah, I won't spoil it. It's pretty good. It's funny.
I'm saying I watched that, even though I didn't have time to watch the episode. I did look at the skit.
Maybe I could play the Rotund games on stream, and then I could, maybe we could get in touch with the developers, and they would be on the stream with it. And then they could tell us why they can't use the name Chubbins anymore. The Alexa fart game.
Oh, okay, so the wings respawn.
I was gonna say, it's too bad Anaconda can't fit on there. So I'd mentioned last week that Dan Coombs and his wife were in town, and we went out for dinner and stuff on Saturday night, and they actually stayed here, and it was so funny, and I've been laughing at it constantly ever since. But his wife was like, hey, have you ever seen this movie? It's really good, Anaconda. Like real serious about it, and we ended up watching Anaconda that night.
I mean, it's like
You ever seen Anaconda?
No, I mean it's like I don't know if it's an intentionally funny horror movie or like
it's intentionally. I mean, I don't know if it's intentional, but yeah, I mean, it's got like a bunch of people in it. It's got Ice Cube in it. Like first Friday era Ice Cube. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it has a great shot where it has a reverse waterfall, because apparently maybe they just had to do something with the shot.
Oh.
They couldn't, and the waterfall is going backwards. It's going up. It's like Jug Pot Falls from Clonoa, where it's like flowing upwards. Oh, that's exactly it. I mean, she was suggesting it because
oh no.
She says, "Oh, you should have your kids watch it, because they would probably really like it."
Oh man, that was close. I didn't think I made it at first. Why is there a gooey, drippy sun?
Ilziski, I said, well, so when do they say in this movie? Like, wouldn't it be really funny if that's what Ice Cube says to the Anaconda before he kills it, before he blows it up? Where he says, my Anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, hun. That would have been super funny if that was in the movie. they don't make horror movies about deadly animals anymore. I mean, I think that they probably do. They don't release it in theaters. Anaconda released in the theater, and that was a really, really early CG movie. They're used like post Jurassic Park. It used CG like in a couple of shots. Sharknado was too close to the sun. Yeah, I mean, it's too ridiculous. But then Reality Lancer mentions, I mean, I did I talk to you about that? I must have, about that movie. I mean, I sent you the trailer maybe, or you'd seen it somewhere else for that movie Cocaine Bear.
Oh yeah.
I mean, come on. Like there's no way that I'm not gonna see that movie.
I mean, that sounds like.
Well, it's like partly based off a true story, I think.
Oh, I mean, it sounds like the next Snakes on a Plane.
Yes.
Which never ended up actually being that popular.
It didn't. I did see it on opening night though in the theater. Did you ever see it?
I've seen it like on streaming.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it's not bad.
Really, I mean, I might have even been before streaming. But yeah, it was fine, but not nearly as good as I had hoped for, perhaps.
See, I didn't realize that there was
Where are we going? Oh, I see.
multiple Anaconda movies until we watched it. And there's like 3 or 4 of them. Of course there is. But yeah. So how you feeling on this? I mean, it seems pretty good.
Yeah, it's
I bet
fun.
there's a
I
lot.
like
It
it.
seems like it's one of those games that there's going to be a lot of levels, and that by the time you reach the end of it, you will never want to play it again.
Oh, I mean, I want to say how long to beat made it look like 3.5 hours. So
Oh, that's not
I
bad.
thought
Then.
there might be a chance I could finish on the stream. I have no idea.
Yeah.
We'll see. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like almost like a cross between like Mario and like the Meat Boy subgenre of platformer, you know?
Yeah.
But
Uh,
not so much like that it's annoying.
There was there's $5 from Junko 988.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And this is like more of a question for you because I've played criminally little Bomberman, so I can't.
Yeah,
really...
I've not played as much as I would like.
Well, Junko 988 like wants to know what are the first power ups in order that you prefer in Bomberman? Repeats allowed.
I mean, I don't really care. I mean, I did just spend, about 8 hours trying to conquer the last world of Bomberman 94. So the first room was actually one of the most annoying rooms. It was just like a single screen room. And the reason it was annoying was because you're in a very tight area with enemies and you have no power-ups. So I guess the real question is like, what made my life the easiest in that room? Probably more than one bomb. I would say you want more than one bomb first. Oh wait, that's gonna be a bad idea. I would say you want more than one bomb. You want multiple bombs first. Because that way you can block enemies more easily and also speed up the rate that you can start blowing up the blocks that are closest to you. So I would say more bombs first, but then I would say after you can lay 2 bombs, I would say it would be a higher priority to get like 2 or 3 fires before more bombs really matters. Yeah, something like that, I'd say. I mean, the ultimate power-up is almost always remote bombs, I would say. But Bomberman 94, I don't think had remote bombs, because it sure would have made my life easier. Of course, having a kangaroo isn't too bad of a power-up either, because that's an extra hit. I don't really care so much about the kangaroo powers. There's actually one kangaroo, I think it's the pink kangaroo, I think, in Bomberman 94. It actually can't do anything, but it can't do anything but dance. Like there's like a kangaroo do stuff button, and
that's all.
that's all it does. Like, some kangaroos can jump, some kangaroos can kick bombs, which is actually really cool because they can actually kick them all the way out of the arena if you need it. Saved my life a few times. But there's one that it just dance. It doesn't do anything. But hey, in some ways that's kind of my favorite kangaroo because I couldn't keep track of like what colors did what. And I thought it was actually safer for it to not give me like a special power. Because I feel like when you get special powers in Bomberman, like walk through bombs and stuff like that, like it ends up screwing me up more than anything. I'll take a risk that I shouldn't,
Yeah. There was also $5 from Dad1153.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying got Sayonara Wild Hearts in a recent Xbox sale. Loved it. Res Infinite is getting remastered in 4K for PS5, PSVR 2 in a few weeks. Interested? Is it? I wonder if it's going to have a free upgrade for the existing version. I would maybe buy it one more time because I think that the PS4 one that I got from IM 8-bit, it had like a bunch of patches and it had like some issues. I think like the disc version of that. So I would buy it.
Is there going to be a physical though?
Well, if I don't know. I'm saying like if they do it, if it happens.
Yeah, if there's
like, I would probably.
If there's no physical, I feel like I'd kind of be like, well, I wouldn't really care about the other.
Oh yeah, I mean,
a bunch of patches, you know.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, if is there going to be an update for it, like an upgrade? I love the free upgrades. Have you gone through and like checked the games they have upgrades?
I mean, I've done it some, but not as much as maybe I should.
Yeah, so, I mean, the weirdest thing is that I can't get my disc copy of Shantae and the Pirate's Curse to show up to have it. It's really weird. Like, I guess it exists, but
wait, you're supposed to be able to get a PS5 version of that?
But, yes.
I mean, what does it even do?
Well, nothing. I'm nothing, but it's just like if I'm gonna upgrade, I'll just do it, you know, just to get that native, even if it's downloadable, that native PS5 version. But for some reason, there seems to be some bug with Shantae and the Pirate's Curse that the upgrade is not showing up for my disc.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know why, and I've seen people also have that same problem, and even Way Forward was aware of the issue.
Huh.
But I haven't updated anything that costs money to update. You know, I always do the free ones right away, like I did with with Witcher 3 and stuff. But I mean, if Res is going to have one, I would do love to have the upgrade, even though I'm not buying a PSVR 2 anytime soon.
An upgrade for what?
For Res Infinite.
Ah.
And if there is a physical version, I would probably just buy it, and then because I know it would have patches from I don't remember what the issue was with those first PS4.
Oh, I see. Blueberries recharge a dash. I didn't realize that I had limited, to be honest. Does anyone know? Like, I have not been paying attention to this. Like, there was talk that there might be no physical PSVR 2 games. Like, has that changed? And lean up to release here.
I'm sure that they will I bet you Limited Run will do versions of them for sure. But if it's not something that's even they're gonna sell in stores, that would be a huge detriment. I think.
Yes, like I would almost stop.
I mean, it's barely it does not feel. It feels barely worth it to get it right now, anyways.
Right.
And if I know that one day I wouldn't be able to, I'm sure by the time
that I mean, it would probably you wouldn't even want to play PSVR 2 by that time that would even be relevant. Yes. But still, it's like it would still just be a detriment to me. It's like, well, I'll find something else to play.
Yeah.
But man, I really hope Half-Life Alyx comes out on it.
Yeah, well, I got to work through that with. Also, there was $4.99 from Kelvin Jones. Thank you. With an interesting question saying, what would you guys want in a Nintendo Switch successor?
Ooh.
I mean, I would be totally okay if it was exactly the same thing, but was just more powerful and had 4K HDR abilities and
I honestly,
and also backwards compatibility. That is probably what I would want the most.
That's probably the most important thing. Yes.
Yeah, is that it runs all of the old games and can also, if they have unlocked frame rates, it would make them run better.
I would say that's that's the most important absolute must. You know,
Yes.
Which I guess that there's also like an implication of like, well, it should also be more powerful with that for there to be reason for that to be something.
Well, that would just come along with it.
That would come along with it. Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be more powerful. Obviously, it'd be more powerful.
But it needs to be able to make the older games run better.
Yes, and that's something I'm like not totally convinced Nintendo would actually do though. Like. They would like
they love to make things run
exactly as they were.
But then again, I feel like they have made certain things run better in the past, haven't they?
I don't think GameCube games run any different on Wii, but there could be. It's possible, I guess.
I mean, like there wasn't. I feel like now there would be kind of an expectation for.
There would be, but I mean, Nintendo going Nintendo, you know.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, backwards compatibility is obviously hugely important for this. What I would really like to see, just because it's something that the other console manufacturers can't do, I would, and it would, especially for the Switch form factor, it would be just like so insanely helpful. Is DLSS,
right?
Because you know, the others are AMD, they can't do it. So that would be really interesting, I think, and it would really help a lot for the system. And you know, I would like it to be capable of like, you know, 4K output, of course.
Right.
I mean, HDR would be nice, but part of me is almost like I like HDR and I will use it if I have access to it, but it also kind of annoys me sometimes because it's like this one extra layer of hassle.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, that's how a lot of stuff is right now. And I mean, and I you probably feel it even more because you've been struggling to deal with
HDMI 2.1. HDMI 2.1.
Just like all this stuff, like so much stuff that it's like made things not run right. You just like had to buy that. Did you ever hook up that 16 input switch?
I have not gotten around to it. I might do it tomorrow if I have time.
Mm-hmm.
Although, you know, I'm also streaming tomorrow, and I don't want to get in a situation where I've got things half finished. But yeah, I haven't had time to get around to actually doing it, but I do intend to, of course.
Yeah. But you know, every time I hear you like talking about this stuff, I think, man, it would be nice to be able to do like easily do a lot of this stuff, but it seems way more difficult than I'm realistically want to spend my time.
I mean,
with.
HDMI 2.0. I mean, I'll be honest, it was a pretty good sweet spot in terms of like compatibility and you know, able to capture everything. HDMI 2.1 is like, where are the capture cards? Like, why can we still not capture 4K 120? Why can we still not, you know, play in VRR while streaming? Like, why can we still not do that?
Yeah.
Like, it's so. I mean, okay, Elgato does have that one, but I've heard, and like I'm having a hard time imagining why this would be the case, but I've heard that it's like it doesn't look as smooth as if you just weren't using VRR at all, like for the viewer end. And I can't wrap my head around why that would be. Like, if it's converting, 48 FPS VRR into, a 60 hertz container, I don't understand why that wouldn't just look exactly like you playing a 48 FPS game without VR. Like, in my head, it should be exactly the same.
Yeah. I mean, it just... it's just like so many hassles, and I have thought about it, and I'm totally okay. Everything working the way that I want it to right now. I just don't.
I would like the moment there is like a capture card or device that will do all the things that I want to do, that will, or at least will at the very least let me pass the signal through. Yeah. While even if it's just like, okay, you can only record 4K 60, but you can.
Well, there's some cards that support support VRR.
The Elgato one does, and
well, there's also an AverMedia one that does. Like
that is true. That supports pass through. Like they patched it recent, like at the end of the year or something like that.
I'm surprised that ours hasn't gotten patched for it, because I feel like that card that got patched for it is older than the one that we have.
It's the more premium one.
I mean, it could
I've never really trusted capture card pass through anyway, though.
What do you mean?
Well, they claim no lag, but I measured lag on the output of the Live Gamer. I think it was the Live Gamer 4K.
I'm pretty sure that Epos Fox had a video about how it's like there is like a little bit of lag there, but it's like such a small amount that it's not even should not even be an issue. I mean,
to be fair, I don't think I did like time sleuth tests. Like this was just like an observation that I forget how I did it, but like I determined that it was if I output, I think if I like output that output, I can't remember how I measured it, but I measured it in some way and I determined it was like a frame behind, but maybe it was like less than 16 milliseconds and it just represented as a full frame behind. I would really have to do time sleuth tests. I don't know if I had time sleuth at the time, or I may have not been able to do the tests that I would need.
Well, I mean, I use pass through like for this TV here from both capture cards.
Yeah, well, and it makes sense when you're dealing with that TV. I don't want to have to always have the computer on just to be able to use the game, and I don't think
yeah. I mean, I use
works unless you
go to this and
unless the computer's on, right?
Right. And it's like, I don't need it to use the other TV, because I have a splitter that goes, splits it into 4, and like one of them goes to a capture card. It's just like a whole bunch of different things. And you do have to have it on, but I mean, there's almost no chance that this computer's not going to be on
when you're sitting there. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
when I'm playing,
I turn it on when I come down in the morning, and I turn it off when I go to bed. Like, it's basically never not on, like, at any time, I guess, where it matters. But yeah, I mean, I've never had an issue with like lag on pass through. I'm pretty sure that Epos Vox did the big thing about it. He did a whole video like measuring it, and it was such a small amount that it should not even be noticeable. I mean, even if it's just like one frame, I mean, we barely notice anything else. You know what I mean? Like, we barely notice
Yeah, well, it's just that, you know, like I said in the C1 video, you know, it becomes, you know, yeah, one frame isn't that bad, but like other things that you want to use on top of that could add up. Like if you want to use
Oh, for
black
sure. But
frame
that, I mean, that's
insertion,
true for
if
like
you want to
anything.
use, you know, a wireless controller, you know, there are other you know, there are features that you want to use that will add lag. But
Yes.
the
Yeah,
point
yeah.
is the point is like, you know, well, that could be an entire frame that you that you know you're there's no reason for you to be putting up with that the loss of that 16 milliseconds when you could have, you know, because then you know, you might end up having 2 frames of lag, you know, with everything add up, and you can't deal with that. But you know what I mean? So
Yeah. But I mean, that's like true for anything, really. Like it's going to add up no matter what.
it can work.
I don't know. Like it's stuff like that. Like I just feel like if I don't notice it when I'm using the pass through. If the only thing, like, I mean, you could spend just like hours, like how can I work around this single, or how much money can I throw at like working around this single frame to get there? And it's like, at some point, you just got to say like, what am I doing? Right? I mean, it just like, it gets to a point where it's like,
yeah. But then you'll spend a long time thinking about it before you finally are like, what am I doing?
yeah,
Like I just have to live with it.
yeah.
Like I want so badly for there to be a good HDMI 2.1 capture, you know, card. But
Yeah.
you know, it's just not happening lately.
Yeah. I mean, like, Kaylee Gamer has a good way to determine it. It says, like, if you have to measure it to know that it's there and it's not bothering you any other time, then, you know, like, that's fine. So if it's noticeable, then it's bad. If you need to measure it to find it, then ignore it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I generally use wireless controllers for everything at this point. And, you know, like I know that they're adding something, but it's not so much that I feel it's a detriment to anything that I'm playing. Because, I mean, in reality, I guess it comes down to the games that you're playing that it would affect it are not the games you're playing on that TV. I mean, right? I mean, for the most part.
On what TV?
I mean, you know, like newer games have, you know, like they're
designed knowing that there could be a variable
designed
amount.
to have that to deal with it, you know, like that they're around that. But the games that you'd really be able to notice on are games that you're mainly playing on your PVMs.
I mean, not always, but you know.
Not always, but you know,
if I had
like a chunk of the time,
if it was a game where the lag was going to be like a major major problem, you know, I have that choice. You know,
yeah, but
I can always choose to do it.
Yeah, well, those systems. I mean, a lot of those systems, they're up in that other room.
Well, sure, but I you know, I've got a Mister down here too, so
right. But I mean, that you can do it either way. You can play it. So I mean, it's just I enjoy being like thoughtful and picky about certain things, but you know, like I feel like as time is going on, I'm just like, you know, I want to figure this out, but I just want to I need to just calm it down.
Well, yeah,
and like
and
not
it,
get
it,
so,
it,
like caught up about it.
it's honestly easier and easier to come to that conclusion these days, where it's so it's so difficult to reconcile you know HDMI 2.1 with everything.
Yeah.
Like it is great if you create zero content, but it's a nightmare if you stream or record your games.
Yeah.
But well, I mean, it's a nightmare because you can't use it.
Yeah.
I mean, there is no way to do it unless you are literally capable of writing your own, making your own capture card PCBs and writing your own firmware and drivers.
Right.
It cannot be done, and I don't know if they're not making these cards because of the bandwidth requirements. Like they don't think like enough people would have computers that would be capable.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. I'm gonna probably get hungry and die. Oh. Oh. But yeah, like there is a, is it the Ninja Plus? There's an Atomos device that claims to be able to do 4K 120, but it's also
$1,000.
well, it is, but it's HDMI 2.0, and I was asking John, I was like, that doesn't make any sense, and he said, yeah, there's something about that one, like they looked into it, because like on Digital Foundry, anytime they need to do frame rate analysis on 120 hertz, they always have to say like, well, we can't actually record, this footage
Right.
is 1080p, but we can't, so we can't show you the higher resolution, like maybe it might be a game that runs at 1440p at 120 hertz or, at a variable rate.
Right.
They can't show it in its full quality. They just can't, because
There's just no way to.
it just doesn't exist.
And they just like, that's why they have to.
If
like,
it existed, they would buy it.
Yeah. And it's just, I don't know why it's taken so long either. Like, I wonder if there's just something about it that is especially challenging.
I don't know. It's a darn shame.
So I finished the XLA last week,
Yeah.
and I also finished Hellblade last week.
Oh yeah. Last time I talked to you about it, you were like kind of hating it.
Yeah. I mean, it was okay. It was okay, but there's one part where you are like fumbling through the dark, and it's like you can't see anything unless you like stop and like hold down the focus button, and maybe you'll be able to see a little something.
Oh, I sort of remember what you're talking about.
And it just goes on and on and on. And I was like, I don't even want to play this game anymore. This is so obnoxious. I don't I understand that a lot of the stuff is the way that it is in the game because they want to make you feel like she feels.
Right.
Like that's the whole point of a lot of this stuff. And I get that. But it just goes on and on and on and on. And I just didn't want to play it anymore. And when I finally finished that part, I just turned it off. And I knew I've been doing a thing where that if you don't like a game, you are looking up like an FAQ and seeing how close to the end of a game you are. Like I think that's something that you know, like if you're just not enjoying a game, one thing that I find that is a normal thing that I do is I will look up something to see how many more sections of the game are there before I finish it, and you know, am I gonna push myself to get through it? And then I realized, you know, that it was that I was pretty close to the end, and I would be able to finish it in a couple hours the next night, which is what I did. But that part is just it frustrated and angered me in a way that very few games have managed to do, because it was just not fun, like even in like the slightest sense. And if they just like had the little, like if they made the section really, really easy, then that would be one thing. You can get the same point across. But it must have taken, it took me like almost an hour to get part, and because I was so annoyed by it.
That's
anybody know
interesting.
that, like, what I'm
I thought it was great.
Well, I mean, I thought it was okay. I'm talking about Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice. And it made me have zero interest in the sequel. I couldn't. I maybe I'll get the sequel if it's like less than $20, but there's just no way that I'm.
That's probably like the Xbox exclusive that I'm most interested in, that I can think of off the top of my head in terms of what's coming out.
Well, and it's not, you know, just like none of the gameplay, like the slices of gameplay, like the different, you know, finding visual puzzles, like finding the runes and stuff, just doesn't really interest me. Didn't really interest me.
You know, a lot of that
it keeps on happening.
A lot of that stuff was like okay, but I really liked the combat. I mean,
combat was okay.
It was obviously a very limited kind of game design, but I'll be curious. Like, I think the sequel is going to be like, I probably of much bigger scope and probably have more going on in terms of gameplay.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious where they're going to go with that, because it was. I mean, I don't think it even launched with a physical copy. Like it launched, I want to say, like,
right, yeah,
primarily as like a digital download. So, you know, it was somewhat limited in scope for sure.
Yeah, the development team was really, really small. Like it was basically an indie game for what it was.
Yeah,
and that's pretty impressive. And it did pull me back by the very end. I liked the ending of it. The combat, I just didn't feel like it was anything really special. It's like dodge slash slow things down.
I mean,
dodge slash slow thing down. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it was really simple, but I appreciated the simplicity and sort of the sort of cinematic nature of it. Like it was really simple, and it looked impressive, and it wasn't like I'm much more interested in combat where, like, you know, every hit and every swing feels like it matters and has impact, versus like, say, like, you know, just like a rapid crazy combo, you know, and Devil May Cry or whatever, which is those kinds of games are fine to me, but I'm just not like a massive fan of like the character action genre. Like I enjoy them, but it's still like I like you could have the character like attack half the number of times, and I might think that the combat was better, if that makes sense. Like if it was just like a more measured pace to the attacking, instead of just like, you know, square, triangle, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
Which I like Muso and stuff like that, but I you know, I liked how focused and straightforward the combat was in the game.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, but it just for me, it didn't work for me, and.
So is that your first? Well, no, you've done 2 games off your list already.
Yeah, and I started Yakuza 3.
Oh,
also.
wow! So you are
just I'm like 5 hours in, I think.
a lot of people seemed. I don't know if it was 3, but like a lot of people seemed worried that going back to the older engine games was going to be a little hard on you.
You know, a couple times I was like, oh, you know, this is a little bit jankier than, or it's not quite as smooth of a, you know, like when you get in and out of battle, it's like they set the stage and stuff like every single time. It's not just like you run into people and basically just go right into fighting. It's more of a, it's like there's like set encounters like all over like the town. But I think that I played enough older games, and I'm generally pretty okay with like working within the limitations
Yeah, like
of games. Like I'm just used to doing that kind of thing now that it doesn't really bother.
Yeah, like I think a lot of people think about that kind of stuff a whole lot, and for me, I'm just like, I mean, you know, like it's not hard for me to like sometimes there are exceptions, but like where it's like, oof, this one's really hard to go back to after this one. But like for the most part, I'm able to like put myself into the context of when it released, and it's like, okay, you know, this game doesn't have this feature, it doesn't have this attack. You know, I can understand why, and it doesn't bother me. Like I'm just so used to living in, you know, old games.
Yes. This was, you know, it's a very early PS3 game, and that's fine. Like
when you
it
play
is
it
not,
knowing that, it's like, okay, that's fine.
And what's cool is, you know, it starts out at least taking place in Okinawa, and it's kind of like, you know, like it's like a beach. You're on a beach.
So it's got a different vibe.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun little like change of location, you know. So yeah, and I from what I understand, it's not that long.
Yeah.
I've heard people say it's like around 15 hours.
That sounds pretty solid to me.
Yeah. Anyways, there was $10 from Andy64 who says, "Just got my food delivered and it's
cool decision."
Whoops, wrong one. And it's
chicken.
And then said
fresh meat.
And said
delicious.
Ordering that was a
cool decision.
There.
That one took a little work.
It did a little bit. There's many things in there. But thank you. And also there was $5 from Mega X6 who donated, or Mega X6 had $5 through Super Chat. Said, I have to give props to whoever recommended Vengeful Guardian Moonrider last week. Great retro style game. Yeah. I mean, it is. I mean, from what I understand, it's pretty good. I didn't watch John's video on it. I should really watch that.
Yeah, I watched it. Because that was kind of cool because he like actually got like a lot of behind the scenes
right
material from Danilo.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I will get that. I'll get that at some point, and I will probably play it on stream. I did buy I bought Persona 3 and 4 though on Switch this week.
I've been hearing Persona 3 is not very good.
Really?
I mean, the conversion is not very good.
Oh.
Like some really bad AI upscaling on the backgrounds and some like misaligned 3D effects and geometry and stuff.
Well, either way, I mean, the chances of me playing that version over like the PSP version are very, very slim. Or I would rather play that. It'd just be more
Than dealing with
convenient
a PSP.
and just be dealing with a PSP.
I don't blame you.
And I mean, I hope that they eventually get physical releases once they got the bugs
Well, I mean,
all worked.
Persona 3
I mean,
is in such dire need of like a remake as it is.
well, I think that they are working on a remake of it.
I mean, there's been rumors, but why would
Yeah.
they, if they're working on that, it seems strange to release the original version now.
Well, I mean, why not? When you can like,
I mean, you can make money, but it still seems strange.
yeah, why limit yourself when you can make people buy it twice? But yeah, I mean, I'm more likely to play that. And just, the idea of playing those portably. Although, I hope that there is native PS5 versions, because I understand that there's only native Xbox Series X versions right now.
Oh, yeah, I heard something about that, which is weird.
But hopefully they eventually do native PS5 versions and they release those, because I would buy those as well. But they are $20 each, but also it seemed they have like some sort of, it was like $2 less than that. It was like $38 or something like that on Switch to buy both of them like in a 2-pack. And I had some money in my Nintendo account. I had like $10 in there.
I mean, I haven't heard anything about the Persona 5 port, but I'm sure it's fine. I mean, the Steam version I think was considered good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's hard to see how that one doesn't, seems like it would be hard to screw that one up. I can understand the difficulty of converting Persona 3 portable.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand why they chose that version. I mean, hey, that's the version I chose to play myself. Because I thought it would drive me nuts not being able to control all the party members. So that's why I played that version. But I still want to play like a quote unquote real version of the game someday, with where the characters are actually exist.
I mean, do you have a real version of it? I have like the FES.
I do. I did get that eventually.
I've
But I've not played through it.
Too, but they're both sealed. I've never even opened them.
What is it?
I have Persona 3 FES and Persona 4 on PS2, and they're like both sealed.
Oh wow.
Because I think I got them for fairly cheap, and
yeah,
I'd
I mean,
already
it's
got
not
other
as
versions to
expensive
play.
a game as you might think. Oh, funny! He can walk on lava.
There's also another $10 from Andy64.
Oh,
Thank you.
Wow.
Saying I missed the Axelay stream last week, but you know what?
Even good guys blow it.
I think I saw a Mega X6. Did you get that one?
Yep. Mega X6 is the one that mentioned the Vengeful Guardian.
Ah, yes.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. This game is a pretty chill, relaxing time, I think. You just kind of just settle into it. I've not gotten a lot of those treasure chests, though. It would definitely be fun to have more costume options. I like how each time you beat the Carrot Man in the cutscene boss battles, that the next level starts with it showing his life count going down. I wonder if I'll beat the game after the next time. Or he has 1 life left. But the question is, does he have a 0th life? Is that something everyone always wonders when they're playing an old game? There's always this, like, until you've died for the first time, there's always this doubt in the back of your mind, like, oh, is there a 0th life or is there not a 0th life? Then when you finally learn there's a 0th life, it's like, ah, okay, good to know. Because I don't know about y'all, but, you know, it took me a little while to understand the concept of a 0th life because Mario 1 didn't have it. You know, that was my introduction to everything, basically. And like, Mario 3 had 0 lives. I forget if... Oops. I forget if Mario 2 has a 0th life or not. I mean, it's like, I mean, I get what it is. It's like, this is how many you have left. This is how many you have in reserve. But, it also, like, the 1 also makes sense, because it's like, okay, you are on your last one. You're either on your last one, or you have 1 left. Who knows how to read that? I would say that in the long haul, I would say having 0th lives has become more common than ending at 1 life.
Yeah.
But I think early on that, you know, not having a 0th life was typical. Is that the term everyone uses? A 0th life?
No. I feel like I had never heard it anywhere else, and I just used it because I thought it was funny.
I mean, I feel like I've called it that for as long as I can remember. And that's what we say on Backloggery streams, you know.
0th life.
0th life.
I mean, it's an accurate description, right?
It is. What did Good Vibe Collecting think was a real dog for a second?
Can you not see the stream?
Hmm?
Can you not see the stream?
I mean, I had no reason to look at you. Whose is that?
This is Nellie's.
Oh,
this is big, it's bigger than Nellie.
Yeah. Can she do anything with it?
She can go like this.
So can she drag it around?
Yeah. I have some video of her dragging it around.
Oh, man. Well, you'll have to play that in the pre-stream next week.
I will. What's really funny is, so the floor down here, she like slides around on it like crazy.
Oh yeah,
and sometimes she comes down and she wants to play, and I'll like play with her. I'll get her kind of riled up, and then I will run, and she'll chase after me. And I will always like stop and turn around and start chasing her, and she like stops really quick and tries to run the other way, and she's just like can't get anywhere. It's really funny. I tried to just get her to chase me, and then I turn it around on her.
Yeah, Sandy has 0 traction on hardwood. And it's funny because like I don't remember my dog from my Sheltie from growing up being like that.
Oh well, maybe it just.
Oh, do I want to get these out of? No.
Maybe the surfaces are more slippery now.
Maybe.
I just like the idea that this dog is gonna sit here like this for the rest of the stream. So I had a dentist appointment. I got my one of my front teeth. I got it fixed. It was never like bad or anything like that, but like my front left tooth, it like was slightly like, I don't know, it just from my life, maybe from like grinding teeth or whatever. It was like kind of like at an angle. It didn't used to be. It's only happened like the last like several years. And if you look closely at a video, you can kind of just see that it's like at a different, like it was just like ground at an angle a little bit.
Oh, it was ground to an angle, but it wasn't actually.
I mean, yeah. Just, I think a lot of it came from if I when I would like if I get woken up in the middle of the night, sometimes I'm like irrationally angry. And a lot of times,
you woke
like,
up because you were angry, or you're angry because you woke up?
Well, whatever has caused me to wake up, like, makes me irrationally angry. And there's definitely times where, like, if my son has like come in and gotten in bed with us, and he has this habit, like he goes like crazy and he will like get out of the covers and then push all the covers down with his feet, like off of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that happens and it like wakes me up and I'm just like, I like grip my teeth, like really like, and I'm like, move over there, you know, or like I pull all the covers back up and it's just like irrationally angry over it.
So
your teeth, that happening, it's like
your teeth are because of teeth. The stass of your teeth is because of anger.
Yes. And you know, like, but the thing is, like, I ground my teeth. I wear a bite guard now. I've worn a bite guard for like a year or two, and like that certainly helps it. But you know, it just like it was not really noticeable. Like my wife has never even noticed it, but it was noticeable to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I just went in there. I'm like, can we like do anything about that? And the dentist was like, you know, if I can contact the insurance company and they will cover that, because like, you know, like I see like hairline, like not fractures, but like, you know, like it could eventually like get worse,
mm-hmm.
you know, and they just like use some bonding and stuff, and like now it looks totally fine. Looks good.
So they just like added bulk to it, basically.
Yes, or added like more to the bottom, like just evened it out, so it's like even with my other tooth.
Right.
The thing is though, like with the bonding, they said, oh, you know, you want to like avoid biting into like really hard things like with that tooth.
Forever,
yeah.
Oh, well, it's like right in the front.
They can fix it. They can replace it. But, you know, like it's fine. Like I barely ever bite into anything with that tooth anyways. You know, like it's very rare for me to just bite in. And like usually like I can use the side. Yeah, like hard candy. Like there's, you know, all things that I should be okay, like I don't need in my life. Honestly. But yeah, I mean it's just one of those things that, you know, it happened, and like really how it looked just like bothered me. So I mean, like with my dental insurance, I could go and ended up costing like $100 to get it done, which is fine. I feel as though like that's worth it for me. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But I also, when I was there, like a couple days before I went, I noticed that a piece of filling, like way in the very back, had broken off, and so they ended up fixing that at the same time. And man, they like really had to inject me with a lot of Novocaine. Like, not, I don't know why they did, but they just like they chose to like inject me with a ton, like so much.
So it wasn't because you were complaining.
No, it's just like, oh, we're gonna just do this, and like I think that they did it also because, you know, if we're gonna be doing that front, we gotta like put enough in just in case, so it like also like numbness will like reach the front.
Mm-hmm.
But when they like, you know, I mean, have you had Novocaine in a long time?
I mean, just for mouth surgery?
Yeah,
Sure.
you know, like dental work or
I mean,
whatever.
I don't think my new dentist does this, but it's the same dental practice.
Mm-hmm.
My old dentist, before he retired and sold the practice, he did this thing that I'd never had done before, where he like takes your lip and he like shakes it a bunch. He like shakes your lip a whole bunch and then like stops and jabs it
So
with the needle.
So does he put like any kind of like that gel stuff, like that's like a local
maybe, but no, he like
numbing and then...
like has anyone ever had is anyone familiar with that technique? Like he would always wiggle my lip a whole bunch, which I guess like kind of like minimally numbs it a little bit so that I don't feel the prick like of the needle.
Yeah.
I was scared for the longest time of getting a shot in my mouth. Like I thought it was going to hurt so bad, but it's not a big deal at all.
I mean, it hasn't been that big of a deal, but this time he like put so much in that it like I could feel like the liquid he was putting in there, right? I could feel it like go into my tongue, and it like stung. It like I was like, why does that hurt like so much like in my tongue?
That's bizarre.
Yeah, it was like really uncomfortably painful. I see Dingus Flirt is mentioning like the laughing gas. So that's
I haven't had that in so long. Like
me either, but my son has had to have it and my son hates it. Like
really?
So, oh my God, he is like he has had the worst dentist experiences. Like I think that dentists have been like ruined for life for him, and it's gonna
really
be a
see
problem.
dental stuff has never been a big deal to me.
Well, you know, you just do what you got to do.
Sure.
But you know, like with my son, like so he had to get like one of his baby. They had a cavity in it, and they said we need to pull this, right? So we were going to like get that all figured out, or I mean, we went in there and he was didn't say he was gonna pull it. And then the first time he went, he like gave my son laughing gas and like basically pulled the tooth without like anybody like knowing it was gonna happen.
Oh, even you didn't know?
No, like me or my wife like said, we didn't even know he was gonna do it right then, and he just did it. And like now, like my son is like so afraid of going to the dentist because he thinks he's just gonna start doing stuff. Well, the thing is, so this is worse, okay? I mean, we have to go to a different dentist because of like the situation. So that happened, and then he needed to get like a spacer put in, right? So it took forever to get him to the dentist. And then we got there and he's like, I don't want laughing gas. And they said, okay, well, let's just put this on. It's like just oxygen. We're not going to give you laughing gas, but we're going to have to use Novocaine. And then he like didn't mention it again. And they put the thing on him. and it was not laughing gas. And then next thing I know, he's like is like holding my son, like holding him, like him and his assistant were like holding him in place and like jammed him in the mouth with this giant needle, like without any kind of warning. Didn't tell him that it was gonna that was gonna happen. And like he was like freaking out, like there was like tears going down his face, like the side of his, like he was like laying down. So like they basically waited until, you know, like he got like that trust back, and then did something that's like even more horrible than the laughing gas. Like no, like didn't even tell my wife or I that he was gonna be like doing that right then.
Jeez.
And like, and then in the moment, it's like, oh my God, he's like doing this right now.
I mean, that's like, I mean, for me, I actually like prefer to not know when a shot is coming, because like most of the time you barely feel it anyway. But like I just close my eyes and I don't even want to know. But I mean, all these things of like, you know, not telling you two days ago, people. I mean, I was telling you just before the stream. I mean, this like is just like this just like horrified me. You know, I was talking at the start of the stream how, you know, Sandy got a cyst removed above her hip, and she has one near the start of her tail, under the tail, and the you know, the vet calls me and is like, because it was a different vet that did the surgery than the vet who we saw a few weeks ago, like just for her physical, and you know, asked about, you know, like, should we, you know, could we get these removed? And he's like, well, you know, there's not enough, like, there's not enough skin to fully remove it, like, because of where it is on, you know, just on the tail. Like, I couldn't totally close it back up. He said, there's no way to remove it without cutting off the tail. And I'm like, no. Like, no. Like, we established, like, the cyst is not dangerous to her. She doesn't act like it bothers her. I just thought it seemed like, I just thought it was proper and appropriate and the right thing to do. And I'm like, no, we can't do that. And then then the next thing he says is, well, why not? And I'm like, no. No, like we are not making a decision like that right now. Like, no, like that, absolutely not. Like it, like if it was like, you know, a life and death situation, like, okay, but it's not. Like, it doesn't even bother her. I just thought, you know, I thought it could become a problem. So I thought, well, you know, like, ugh. It's like, and like the thought that keeps going through my head, like, what if he hadn't been able to contact me? Because he was almost acting like there was just the way he said, well, why not? Like, just almost makes me think like, oh my gosh, like, what if he couldn't get a hold of me, and he just thought like, well, you know, he brought her in here to remove the cyst, so like,
What if he was like, well, we use a sword to do it?
I mean, I just,
You're like,
no.
okay.
Just no.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I think that,
But like it scares me so much to think that like, or
what if they're like, oh, well, he's like, well, why not? And you're like, no, just no. And you're like, oh, too late. Sorry.
I mean,
we did it.
Yeah. Like, oh my gosh. Like, ugh. Like, we probably wouldn't be having a stream right now because I'd probably be in jail. Like, like, oh my gosh.
Well, let me just jump back really quick to the dentist thing. I just want to finish it because They did that, and my son was like, "No, you can't. You're not doing anything else." So they ended up like not being able to do anything. He wouldn't let him do like put the spacer in.
Mm-hmm.
So he went through all that and then didn't get it done. Like the worst part was over. But it's like I don't blame him. I don't blame him for that. And it's like he's like the dentists are ruined forever. For one thing now, and it's I mentioned it to him the other day, and he has like no recollection of that happening. Like he has blocked it completely out. So now we got to find someplace else. Like I guess there's one that's like really good with kids.
I remember when I was a kid, one of my dentists, one of the dentists I went to for a time when I was a kid, had a Sega Genesis in the waiting room. And another one I met made you an animal balloon every time.
That's cool too.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard that the one that's really good though is in very high demand, and it's like hard to get in. So I don't know. I mean I try to just tell him, it's like you need to get it done because it's gonna be like way more painful when like later on.
Yeah. Well,
but the thing is like it's impossible to explain that concept to a child, I think, because they have like no like the passing of time. They don't understand like the passing of time. Like they just think that kids that age, like they just assume that everything's going to be okay forever.
Mm-hmm. It's not
it's
worse.
like nothing's going to change. Nothing like goes wrong or gets worse or anything like that. And like I got that done with my tooth because I didn't like how it looked, but I get like real paranoid about my teeth. Like I just like that is like literal like one of the first things that I notice about a person when I talk to them.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, I mean and if a person has like really bad teeth and I'm like talking to them, like it's like impossible for me not to like I have to like focus to like not
interesting
to like
I mean, I don't make great eye contact with people anyway. Like, I feel like if I look at a person's face, then like it's very distracting. Like it's almost like, I mean, I guess I can understand from that perspective. It's almost like I am like I can't focus on the conversation, like looking at someone's face constantly, like making constant eye contact,
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I don't make constant eye contact either, but it's like gets even more challenging.
But yeah, like I don't really think about people's teeth
and it's
very
not
much at all.
intentional. Like I mean, it's just like that's just how I am. Like I can't help. I can't help it. I don't know. Like that's just the way that I am right now, I guess. And I always try to say, like, listen, you should try to just keep your teeth as good as you can. But
hopefully he'll. I mean, like like.
Well, if we go someplace else, like I think that.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he won't
like. Good at it.
He'll take advantage of the dentist, dental insurance, throughout his life, and won't develop any bad habits.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing. It's like I can't even imagine. Like I talked to my brother, and he's like, "Oh, I haven't been to the dentist 10 years." He's like, I take care of my teeth. I haven't had any pain or anything like that. But it's like, man, you're just like asking for problems. Like, just it doesn't matter if you think you're taking care of them. Like, at least go and get them cleaned. Like, I know that my brother's not flossing every day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just get it done, or else it's going to be like way worse.
Yeah. I mean, hey, my flossing habits are more of like a, as needed basis. So
yeah, well, yes.
Which which is I guess my point with that is, which makes, you know, the regular dental visits like all the more important, because they always say like, yeah, you should be flossing more, but they also always say, well, your teeth are looking good.
Yeah.
So like,
but you're getting them looked at.
I'm getting them looked at,
that's the important
exactly.
thing.
So
if you know, you are regularly, I assume that you go at least once a year.
yeah. I mean, I
Or like, you know, they say, oh, you get your teeth cleaned like every 6 months.
I mean, you're
like,
supposed to go twice. I mean, you know,
yeah, twice.
When you have, I mean, I don't have dental insurance right now, but you know, when you have dental insurance, like they cover it twice a year. You know.
Yeah.
So like that's just been the habit I've always been in my whole life, and you know, so.
And that's good. That's a good thing to do.
I mean, there was maybe a year or two where I only went once a year, but I never missed.
Yeah,
it.
but I mean, that was like when you're probably like in college or something like that.
Yeah, or like I think, you know, like
I feel like
the first
college
year or
students
so
probably
of the
don't
pandemic, I think
that's pretty much.
I only went. Like I think it maybe been about a year since I've been at one point there. You know.
Yeah. I mean, Dingus Glurt says I've dental insurance, but I haven't been in 2.5 years because I'm so terrified. You know, that's the thing. It's like you just.
The only thing is
the longer you wait, the more chances of there being things to be even more scared of can happen.
Well, I it's just never been that big of a deal. I mean, you know, the one thing I will say though, the last time I went, I had a new hygienist, and
Okay.
her technique was a lot rougher than what I'm used to.
Yeah.
So that kind of has me maybe not looking forward. By the way, when you're riding on the lava or on the ice, you can't
jump.
You can't jump. So that's why I keep riding into that wall. I am not sure actually. How do we solve this problem?
there's $10 from EB Chill 2. Thank you.
Thank you.
Saying my son made me play Brave on the 360 last night from start to finish. My God. Have a great week, everybody.
Is that based on? That's a Disney movie, right?
Yeah. That bad, huh? Oh, man. I can't even tell you what it looks like. I don't even remember anything about that movie.
I used to really keep up. I mean, that's not Pixar, right? Or is it?
It is, yeah.
Oh, it is. Like I used to like really keep up with Pixar.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I couldn't tell you what the newest Pixar movie I've seen is.
Oh, I missed a Andy 64 here from 23 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. But it was Andy 64 has been a member for 11 months now.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Thank you. Saying, what are the hardest old school games you guys ever beat? Tries beating Contra 3 The Alien Wars on hard mode has got to be up there, right?
Yeah, that was up there. That's up there. Also Battletoads.
Yeah, I mean, you've beaten
Super
some,
Ghouls and
like,
Ghosts. Battletoads was real tough. Mostly because it's like, I mean, it's long.
Yeah.
You know, like, but on the other hand, I also had a lot of trouble getting through Battletoads and Battlemaniacs. And that is kind of short. But, so I would say, like, that game is probably harder than the original Battletoads per, minute of gameplay. But the original Battletoads is like such a long game. It's got a lot of levels. For the type of game it is, for its generation. Mm-hmm. And so there's so much you have to learn. Like, I would love to be able to play through the whole game again, but I mean, it would be, it'd probably be a couple of weeks of work to just learn it again.
Yeah.
The turbo tunnel is like what it's infamous for, because that's where like most people start to give up. But like that's not that bad. I can, you know, I should be able, like, if I were to start up Battletoads right now, I would be like, I mean, I would probably die on it a couple of times, but I mean, I would be able to get past it.
Yeah.
Without any, you know, I could probably get past it without using a continue. You know, I would easily get to the snow level. But, you know, the snow level's pretty tough. And if you, the snake level I can deal with. I thought the snake level in Battle Maniacs was a lot tougher, actually. But where it's definitely going to get me is the lava level, which I don't even know if a lot of people even know that exists, because they die on the turbo tunnel. But there's a lava level where you actually ride like on like a jet, and it's similar to the turbo tunnel, except you can move up and down like the whole span of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really tough. Like I have played that far into Battletoads at some point in the past 10 years. Okay, how on earth? I don't get this. There needs to be a checkpoint before that. But yeah, that's where it really gets tough. You know, it's funny to think how Battletoads is like generally thought of as a brawler, and like for the most part, it's like their the first levels in most of the games are like a brawler, and otherwise they're like kind of variety games.
Oh yeah, I mean I've never played very far into them, but yes, I you know, like every level is something kind of different, or most levels are. I'm just kind of looking through and seeing what I can find.
I don't get this.
I mean, I feel like Mystic Defender is like one of the hardest games ever.
Really?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's like I don't even remember if, you know, I've been thinking a lot about like whether or not I'm just like bad at, like, I used to think that I was way better at games than I'm much better at games now than I was, because I just understand how games work better.
Yeah.
I
don't. How?
And I remember having a hard time with that, but now I wonder if it's even that hard.
I have an idea.
I did not beat Heckfire. I said I was gonna, but I didn't.
Did not beat what?
Heckfire.
Oh. Should put that on your list.
Well, yeah.
You feel like Axelay has emboldened you?
No, I don't feel like Axelay was like nearly as hard as I expected. You know, I captured footage of it the next day for the end of the year video.
Got it.
And like I basically almost made it to, like I started it again on easy, and I made it to like the last level before I even lost a single life.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I'm seeing if there's anything that jumps out at me. That was real tough.
I'm trying to think like if there was anything like from the past, like.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that I beat. You know, did I beat Truxton on stream? Pretty sure that I did, and then I beat Thunder Force 3 right after it. But Thunder Force 3, I guess, is not considered to be that hard.
I mean, Battletoads and Battle Maniacs, that might be the toughest game I've beaten in the past, like, 5 years, maybe. That was definitely tough. But I still think the original Battletoads might be overall the toughest game I've finished.
Mm-hmm. Demo Kirby says, I beat Mystic Defender recently, and it was easier than Revenge of Shinobi. And I think that Revenge of Shinobi is, like, not that tough.
Well,
so.
you think, yeah. I mean, you grew up with it.
I mean, but it's the same thing with, like, Ghouls and Ghosts. I think a lot of people think that Ghouls and Ghosts is really, really tough, but
it's pretty hard.
I have no problem, you know, like whipping through that game. I've done it on stream, like I think like at least twice.
Yeah, but
Like
I mean,
on the professional mode.
well,
like,
but
not
you know,
even-
I also think Mario 3 is really easy, and you know,
and I struggle with it.
you had a
Yeah,
heck of a time with it, you know. So I mean, what you grow up with makes a big difference.
yeah.
Oh, am I going to accidentally? Oh man, I'm accidentally looping through this whole thing. Oh wait, no, I can fix this.
Has anybody in
I
the
don't
chat,
know.
like I forgot this was even a thing until recently. Has anybody in the chat like know or have played or know if it's considered like that new Joe and Mac game?
Oh yeah,
Is
yeah,
it-
yeah, yeah.
Does it suck, or is it like not that bad, or like does anybody even care?
You know, we played a little bit of the NES Joe and Mac on the Backloggery stream last week, and doesn't necessarily seem good, but it's really impressive. It's
I feel like that came out after the Super Nintendo game.
oh, I'm sure it did. But it was like really good looking. Because it's got like a lot of fake parallax, and it runs at 60 frames per second, whereas the Super Nintendo one is 30. But
So there,
it didn't
oh,
seem
go
good
ahead.
in spot.
So there was a $20
Oh,
donation from a name that's like a long string of numbers and letters. Like it's just like I'm pretty sure that's like a randomly generated name, probably to, I don't know if it's like a reason to, if that's like actually the person's name or if it's just a way to like hide the name. But thank you. Thank you, SLID 9049621B 96FB 30BA dash. Thank you.
Sounds like a Nier character.
It does kind of. Maybe that's a reference to it. Maybe, who knows? Asking, what do you guys think about the upcoming Make Megahertz Project Stellar HDMI mod for the OG Xbox?
Say
What
what?
are its advantages over current mods? So I'm aware of this, but it's sold out super quick, and I didn't even look into it too much.
What are we talking about?
The Make Megahertz Project Stellar. I mean, it's sold through like super quick.
What is it though? Like I've got the Make Megahertz.
It's an HDMI mod.
So I've got the original Make Megahertz HDMI mod, and I like it. Aside from the fact that all of my capture cards hate it, and I have no idea why. Like I've got like one of the most tolerant capture cards in the world with my Magewell card, and I have seen something displayed on it, but it won't hold. Like I don't know why it's that way. And I don't know. I just don't know. Is it just me? Like I don't know. And I have no idea. Like I have tried to look for this information online. Like I don't know, and I can't find it. But like I don't know if there's like a hotkey for like changing settings on it, like you know with GC video stuff. I can't find a lot of information about it. But it looks really great to play on, but I do not know why I can't capture it, which is frustrating. I'm hoping that it will
But did
work.
you mention firmware updates? Like I know there's been firmware updates. Like that would be the number one.
I don't know how to do it though. Like there's not. Like I have tried to Google information about it and like using it. Like I've found like installation guides, but like just using it, I can't find a lot of information. I mean, I'm sure there are people I could ask.
Yeah.
But I just don't know a lot about it. So I don't know. It's weird.
So this Project Stellar is it says here, it says the first legal re-implementation of the Xbox BIOS built from the ground up to push the boundaries of what's possible. Feature packed, it says built-in tools for system. It's like a little board. I don't know if it's like a plug and play thing or if it requires any soldering. It's like it's like an internal board.
I mean, what's the advantage of replacing the BIOS if you can already like soft mod? Like, what's the point of a re-engineered BIOS?
Well, this looks like it has like an SD card slot, so it's probably like a replacement for the hard drive too. It says here built-in tools for system troubleshooting, configuration, hard drive setup, etc. Automatic network-based updating, kernel level ODE ISO loading, so it has ODE built in. Compressed ISO loading, so I'm sure it can load the like the smaller what should I call it, the CHVs files maybe. Additional controller support, network loading of ISOs and virtual hard drive images. Titan Plus supports legacy configured drives and Titan formatted hard drives for up to 16 terabytes of native storage. Like, is there even enough? Like, do you like the entire library of like every single region? You know, like, is there even a reason they need 16 terabytes? Native ADA trim support, no true DVD drive bypass, no external modifications required. Support for 64, 128, 256 RAM configurations. Automatic system time update via network boot up, analog video improvements and fixes with features parity of the Xbox HD Plus, and so much more. I mean, the OS almost looks like something you'd see on the looks like the Xbox Series X.
Really?
OS. Yeah.
That's kind of funny.
I mean, I wonder how difficult the well, you know what? I said I wonder how difficult it would be to install, and then I just scrolled down like a teeny little bit, and the first question on the FAQ is how difficult is it to install?
Well,
it says Stellar should be drop-in replacement for existing mods in most cases. For unmodified systems, a 2x8 pin header will need to be installed along with a QSB Flex for 1.6 systems. So, I mean, there's a lot going on with Xbox that I have not paid attention to at all. Like, I saw when this thing was announced, but I didn't look into it enough. And then it sold out, and I said, you know, I'm not. It's okay. Like, I don't need to worry about it right now. So, I mean, I'm sure that there's, I mean, I'm sure there's a Discord or something like that for the Make Megahertz that you could probably get help on.
yeah, that's true.
With what's going on with yours.
Maybe so.
But thank you. I mean, I'm sure that our answer was not. If you go down, if you scroll down on the MakeMegahertz.com page, there is a big button that says "Join the chat in Discord."
Well, I should do that.
Yes.
By the way, I'm going to try to remember this for as long as is needed. If there's a Warren Hokie in the house, we still want to apologize for you for missing.
I feel like there was another one from the end of last
donation.
stream too.
Huh?
I feel like there was another person at the very end of last stream too that we missed.
Was there? I don't think so.
Let me see.
I feel like I paid close attention because I didn't want to happen again.
see him. I thought there was another one though. You know, when I so jumping back to Yakuza for a second, there is a point where a story character realizes like who Kiryu is, and he's like, "Oh man, I've heard so much about you," and suddenly I made this connection about how similar, like I don't know, certain aspects of the stories are between Yakuza and Ys.
Oh,
Well, I mean, just when you think about it, you know, like he just like gets involved in all this stuff, and he's like kind of like has this legendary status that everyone kind of knows. Like, oh, I know about App. You know, it's just like an interesting realization, I guess. Like the way that the characters exist in their world is very similar to each other. But maybe not.
like I honestly didn't know that Kiryu was all that well. Since I've only played 0, I like.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Like I mean, you know.
No, I mean he was.
In 3 is like, oh, you know, like everyone's heard stories about the legendary 4th chairman of the Tojo clan.
Oh, he's a chairman.
Oh yeah. I mean that's like right in the first one. Yeah. So it's just, I don't know. There's just like several parallels between Kiryu and Adol, I think, just in the way that they exist in their worlds.
Have you?
Kiryu is a true man about town, and so is Adol when you think about it. Like he's just looking, he's just like going to these places because he wants to check them out, and trouble finds him.
I mean, he is the truest an adventurer in the truest sense.
Yeah, I mean, he just goes to places to check it out, and you know, like the trouble finds him. But that's, I don't know. Does Kiryu have a best friend like Dogi? I mean, would Majima count? Maybe. I mean, he has a lot of them, really. A lot of friends that show up, like disappear and then reappear later on, like in future games and stuff. I don't know. Like it's an interesting like parallel that I don't know if it's entirely accurate, but I feel as though in my mind I could see that being the case.
This is how quickly Yakuza as a whole is like rising in your esteem.
Yeah. I feel like this might be the last level.
The last world, yeah. It's been a tough world. Like I think at the end of this world we're going to get to the Carrot Man's last life. Is my thinking.
But there's like no checkpoints in this, right?
Well, this is pretty tough because I have to get these 3 keys, and they're not easy, especially the blue one. But I finally got it earlier.
There's $10 from John the Don.
Oh,
Thank you. Saying, I had the same dentist my whole life. I'd see him in public with a loose tooth, and he would trick me, put his hand to my face, use his thumb to press the loose tooth out. I mean, I don't know. It says, I LOL. I get X-ray twice a year for cancer, etc. I'm not entirely connecting what happens. So you just like have like a running joke with them? Is that what's happening, or am I missing something? I apologize.
Steve just I'd see him in public with a loose tooth. He would say it to my face. I mean, that's probably like when he was a kid.
Like a reference to something.
I mean, it's probably when he saw him as a kid. Although, don't you normally go to like a pediatric dentist when you're a kid? Like, do young kids go to adult dentists? I don't actually know.
I mean, I went to the same dentist from when I was a little kid until he retired when I was in high school. Dr. Glatz.
Blatz?
No, Glatz. Glatz. And I don't remember what he looks like or anything. I just remember, and I always say this when I talk about him, because I just remember him, like using the laughing gas on me and like doing like work in there. And the thing about laughing gas is it always makes me feel like I'm being like twisted, like I'm being wrung out like a towel. But I just remember him like being in there and in my mouth and going wide, open wide, wider, wide, wide, open wide. See, Kaylee Gamer knows exactly what I was saying, probably. Wide.
Oh, this looks like the Mega Man X Max. Doesn't it? Like, just a lot bigger.
Legendary K4 says, my dentist was Dr. Blatz.
Oh. I didn't even know Blatz was a last name that exists. Okay, I'm here to take Carrot Man's last extra life. So this will presumably the next time will be the last after whatever we do here.
Good Vibe Collecting says there is nothing funny about laughing. And no, there's not.
I mean,
do you remember that? I mean, do you remember like the feeling it would give you? Like, does that make sense when I say that it makes you feel like you're being like almost like twisted in a way that you're being like, if you're like wringing out a towel, you know how you.
I mean, I remember it feeling like I was like floating.
Dingus Clerk says, I love laughing gas. LOL.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it being pretty great, but I mean, it's been a long time since that was offered as an option.
Yes, indeed. Like this. I mean, it's a hat, but I mean, like this, where you're like, like this.
No, I mean that sounds disconcerting, but it did not make me feel that way.
Oh, that's not a good feeling. I mean, that's just in my mind. That's what it always felt like to me. Oh, look at that.
I mean, the
big pixel art things are this the last boss?
I mean, this is his last extra life.
Oh, is this like a Dragon Quest?
Maybe. 90s reference. Is it
Oh yeah.
Is this a Power Rangers thing or something? Oh, that was super effective.
Jeez.
Oh, that was super effective on me. And I'll just use... Oh, there's no PP left for that move. Oh, it wasn't very effective, but I got him. I mean, these boss battles against the Carrot Man tend to be more just like interactive cutscenes than anything.
Yeah. Oh, the Retro Coop is saying play some Demon Throttle and beat it on stream. Have you played that yet?
No. That's a good idea though. I bet that would be a good stream game.
Yeah. Well, if this is the last boss and you beat the game right here, you should pop it in.
Yeah.
I'd be curious. I'm still waiting on it because I ordered it with I can't remember what it's called. The one game that they were selling at the same time, and that's been like delayed and delayed and delayed. So I'm just like sitting here like waiting to. I want Demon Throttle, like I want to play it, but I ordered it with it's like something like Bro Force or something like that. I mean, I'd like to play it, but it's going on a year and a half since I ordered it. It's over a year and a half, really, I think. I Trek to Yomi, I did get that. I got the PS5 version.
Yeah, I'm waiting
But,
on that as well.
The like Demon Throttle, you can buy it on Amazon.
Oh, can you?
Yeah,
That's
like,
good.
Yeah.
That was super rare or
so that's strictly limited, or not strictly limited. It was special reserve.
Special reserve.
Like they all are like they all start with
they're
S.
blending together.
Yes, and that's been happening for a long time. But they all start with S, right?
Yeah.
Strictly limited, special reserve, and super rare.
Okay, I gotta use my.
Well, special reserve, they do a lot of the Devolver stuff. Like I thought it was pretty good. It was pretty cool that they did that for Gato Roboto. It's like if you bought it, like I guess the version that they were selling, like it needed a patch to be able to finish the game.
Right.
So you can download the patch, but if you really wanted it on the cartridge, they put up a thing recently that said you can, if this bothers you, we're going to get more cartridges made, and you can get it. We'll send it to you.
I thought that was like a long time ago, actually, that they announced that, and I thought that they had already like sent people emails to.
No.
Because
they
I got the email and it said, even if you're still waiting on the game, which I am because I ordered it with, well, it might have been Trek to Yomi. I forget exactly what it was.
Oh, okay.
But I ordered it with something else. And so I'm still waiting on it, but that's nice that I have the option of taking care of it before I even get it. Although it implied that it would just be sending an extra cartridge.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's just like a one.
Right.
it's a-
So I mean, effectively, I'll be getting 2 copies, but one cannot be beaten off the cart itself.
Yes. John the Don updated like the what he was saying and said just saying the dentist knew our family through the community.
Ah.
There's also $10 recently or just now from a legendary K4. Thank you.
Oh, look at that hat.
Saying I recently got an RGB monitor and I need to make a decision. RGB mod all of my consoles or grab a Mister. Which would you recommend? Also, would you stream composite video or just the Mister at that point?
I mean, composite video is still kind of a pain on the Mister, right? I'm
oh
not
no,
even-
saying like if that was your only choice, like would you, if you'd only play like stream using
composite video, or you had the choice of making it look good with the Mister. I mean, it would depend on how badly I wanted to play the original card, I guess. I mean, there's a quality to composite video that I don't.
100%. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to play on the original system, like people might complain that you're doing that, but
But there's also
I was talking to I think like Chris and I talked about this recently. Like maybe it was like on a podcast or it was like after a podcast about how like we think it would be kind of fun to start uploading videos like using composite.
just
to
like,
kinda, like
without saying anything about it.
Well, yeah, and just like do that because I feel like people like might appreciate it.
Sure. I mean, I don't have a problem with composite video, really.
No.
I mean,
or me either.
I mean, for my general everyday use, sure, I prefer RGB /HDMI quality, but I totally appreciate composite video. It's got a pleasant nostalgic look to it, and some games do have an interesting look with it.
Yeah, if there's a system we were doing a video on, and we had the original hardware, but we didn't have there was like no mods for it or whatever, I would totally upload that in composite video. That's the only option.
Something that I really have wanted to do, and I need to figure out how to get it working. These very commonly have problems, and it's not well documented, like what exactly the cause is. But I've got the Kenshin Dragon Quest, which is the plug and play that basically served as like the basis / inspiration for what became Dragon Quest Swords on the Wii.
Were you gonna do a video on it, or had you thought about it?
I mean,
you could like that'd be a fun collab to do like with Game Dave.
Yeah. I mean, because it's Zavix.
Yeah.
I mean, I hadn't really gotten that far in my thought process. Like, if I would want to make a video out of it. Can I make it? Yeah, I mean, the main thing I was just thinking was, starting with, I just thought, well, I want to stream it. But it doesn't work. There are, I believe, quite frequently problems with them. I was talking to Dustin Kramer about it because he has one, and he found like an extremely obvious leaked capacitor in his.
Right.
And I thought, I bet like that just fails on all of them. And I opened up mine, and there was, to my eye, there was nothing actually obviously wrong with mine. So, it would probably not be all that interesting of a project for most modders or people with the requisite skills to oh, I can change my color, I guess. What is, oh, there we go. I'm so used to being yellow, though. I'll try it. But anyway, like I think it's a problem with the IR sensors. Either they've gone bad or some part of what drives that infrared detection system has gone bad, because it boots up. Whoa, it boots up. But there's just not a lot of information about the thing online, which, you know, if getting it fixed did, require, kind of uncovering some information, something that I certainly am not equipped to figure out on my own. But if I think it's a noteworthy enough of a plug and play to be worth putting that information out there, because, I think people would rightly want to know, like, how can we get these working? Because there isn't a ton of information about it, and I think the thing is, worth preserving.
Yeah. Well, I think that would be a fun video for you.
Yeah, I think so too, but I have to figure it out first.
Yeah. Oh, Legendary K4 became a member.
Oh.
A member. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna like start like really doing composite, but there's. I feel like if there's like a separate channel, it would be fun to upload stuff in composite, just as a throwback.
Yeah, or honestly, like, we should consider streaming in composite sometime.
Yeah,
like
maybe
it's just a one-off
fun.
thing. Like, why not stream this one random NES game in composite? Why not?
Yeah. Would people like be more open to that? We just like, just for the heck of it, I'm gonna stream in composite. Like next week, I'll try to stream in composite.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that I played through? That's the only way I've ever played through Metal Gear Solid 4.
Oh yeah.
Is in composite.
That's funny.
Yeah, right. It is, it's silly, but I remember in that instant being like, I can't even read like any of the text. It's so small.
And did you play it on a CRT?
Yeah.
I mean, you didn't have an HD TV.
CRT. What?
You didn't have an HD TV at all.
No, because I didn't get an HD TV until like after I got married, and I got that game in like it was like June or something like that of 2008.
You got married in
September of 2008, and then
I remember that because that's when I beat Super Ghouls and Ghosts.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even know each other, just like only as like a person that was like watching the stream.
Yeah, I mean, I was aware of your name. I mean, you did you get married before or after the Final Fantasy VI marathon?
I think that was like I got married before the Final Fantasy.
Okay, because I mean that's like when your name, like I was aware of your name
Because I donated to be.
but
the
I was
one
I was
character
aware of
you
your
did.
name before that, but like that was when like you really solidified as a Backloggery community member, I think, because you donated to be Locke.
Yeah, and then
Locke
you
was
never
Coury.
used them until like the very end of the game.
I mean,
And,
I've
like,
never
and
used
the
them
parts
that
we had to
much.
use them.
Yeah, I mean, I've never used them that much, really. I mean, there's nothing wrong with him, but
I
like,
wonder if that's archived anywhere.
gosh, that's a. I don't recall if we were able to preserve that or not. But the save is still there.
For a while that were saving the like highlights and stuff every year, right?
Yeah, but I mean that was a long time ago, and like that might have even been like Justin TV days.
It was, but I wonder if you could.
No,
maybe
there
you should
was a
post about it
time
in
where
in the Backloggery Discord. And
there
say, like,
was a
Time Fate
there
might have
was a time when everything was purged and from Twitch archives, and you had to like download it to like preserve it. And I downloaded a bunch of stuff, but some of the downloads didn't work.
Do you still have any of that stuff though?
Gosh, off the top of my head, I'm not even entirely sure where they are.
You should look for it. It doesn't seem like something you would get rid of.
Yeah, I mean,
And if so, you should just like compile it and like upload it.
yeah, like I think like part of the Majora's Mask run is preserved, but not everything.
That's right. You did it like in 24 hours. You wanted to beat it like a single. Cycle,
I wanted. I mean, it wasn't necessarily 24 hours. It was just I wanted to beat it in a single cycle.
Yeah, and you had like a really close
after
call,
the
didn't you?
after the mandatory first cycle.
Right.
And I did it just barely. I mean, there was probably less than a minute to spare. But what took the bulk of the time was beating Majora with only, as few hearts as I had, because I only took the hearts that were after the bosses, and I had like no extra bottles for extra goodies. Like I had a bare minimum of stuff. And I had actually, I honestly can't remember if I had ever beaten them without the fierce deity. Maybe the first time I might have.
If everything works out with the 10 games to beat this year, like I've never beat Majora's.
Really?
Yeah, I mean maybe I'll put that on my list for next year.
Wow. How much have you played of it?
Not very much.
Wow. I mean, the thing with that game is, sure, it's got the time limit, but it's resettable, just like Returnal.
Yeah, I know that, and I feel like
That has that game has
opened
opened
up my eyes to like maybe I would like this kind of stuff again.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oops.
So I think I'll put that on my list for next year, or if I finish all the games, I should host a play along, like a book club. I always want to beat Majora's Mask. Haven't got into it yet. Like that's something I thought about like many times, like doing a like a playthrough of stuff like on the Discord or something like that, like with like people in there, or just like doing like on a Twitch stream where I can just like play the same game each night and like slowly progress through it, and not feel like, if it was just me playing, I wouldn't need to have like somebody with me. And it's like, what? I'm just like, I'm quiet right now because I'm paying attention to what's happening and figuring it out. Like, I don't feel like it has to have the same kind of atmosphere as this, as like these weekly streams. You know what I mean? Like I would just like to do that kind of thing. Like I think
Absolutely.
I mean, that's something I've thought about a lot. Like where I just like play through entire games like that. You know, like do it like every night that I'm playing a game, I would just like set it up to stream, and I will watch the chat and interact as much as I can, but not feel like I need to like fully like be.
I mean, you're talking about Discord, right? The Discord.
Well, I mean, I thought about
up?
Discord, but also like I could do it just like on the Twitch channel if I wanted to. Not feel like I need to put on a show. Like I just am just doing whatever. Like I just playing the game, and people are all can watch, and I don't need to entertain, I guess.
Exactly.
Like if people, I mean, you say you can put it on the on the game club list, but I mean that's not something I'm gonna do. Like I just don't feel like I'm gonna do it right now. Like I don't want to play it next month. But I'm just saying I could do something like that. And like maybe each time like I could like have a different person on with or something. I mean, who like had played it or hadn't played it. And it would be me kind of figuring stuff out. Like I would like to do that with just like RPGs and stuff. Like I've always thought like that would be pretty fun. Where I don't, it's just me playing a game as I would normally play it. And I don't know. It would be more relaxing.
If you end up liking Majora's Mask, you should play Radiata Stories next.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Mananashingi, there is a monthly game club that's like I think there's a specific
Henry Clark
channel
does
for
it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
one
Henry
it's one
Clark.
of the it's one of the channels on the Discord.
But it would be fun to stream it and not feel like I need to like it can just be casual. Like I remember like Chris from Classic Gaming Quarterly did that with Zelda 2. Played through it for the first time. Just like played it like every other night until he finished it.
Whoa!
What? Did something good or oh jeez. Oh jeez.
I think this level is optional because it said new world available. It does that where it's like oops. It does that where like before you're totally done with the world, it just lets you know like, oh hey, a new world is available. So I'm guessing like the last few levels of each world are optional, but I've played them all so far.
Oh, there's $10 from James Boone.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank you.
Saying, loving the podcast with Chris. You guys are about my age, listen to the same music, and I was also an assistant manager at EV in the late 90s to the DC launch era.
Oh wow.
So it's like basically, I mean, I was never an assistant manager, but I worked there enough.
DC launch era? Oh, Dreamcast.
Yeah.
I was like, were there really no GameStops in Washington D.C.? They had to launch it. They had to launch it there.
Yeah, I mean, we have fun doing it. We actually recorded 2 of them this week. We had one on Friday and one on Saturday.
Ooh.
Some days, we just
What? Why did I not have? Why did I? I don't know
Just,
what I did.
get into a zone with it.
How many have you done?
The one I recorded on Saturday was episode 15.
Wow. Do you have any stats of of what your viewership is like?
It's like almost 1,000 downloads for each episode.
Really?
Yeah.
Impressive.
It's fun though. Like, I had this new idea to like kind of have like a different catchphrase for each one, where like, like you're listening to, here's my question for you, where we like to waste your time, but in a good way.
I mean,
Where
that's
it's like,
that's like every podcast has, like when you
but like try to do different ones each time. And that's a lot of effort. I mean, I've told you that we do. We have a segment called "Does It Slap or Should We Eat It?"
Oh yeah.
There's some pretty good ones. In the two that we recorded recently, and apparently we have somebody who is has written lyrics and is going to try to record a jingle for that segment, so that it has lyrics and everything. Because that's what we want. We want just something that's like ridiculous.
Remember, Drum came up with some lyrics for our proposed. How bad could it be?
Right, exactly. Henry Clark, YouTube members should get Discord access automatically too. Like I'm pretty sure that that's all like set up. It should be, as long as it's linked, it should be working. I think that it's worked for other people. Yeah. Best case, he'll add you manually, but the only challenge is I think that like Discord like checks for that like each month. I mean, I linked it so that if people sign up to become members, they should get added to it. So maybe you need to add something in your account to like link it to your like, I don't know how it works out. I mean, it seems like it should just work unless something has changed with it. But I'm pretty sure that I have it all set up.
Oh, come on. You keep dying of hunger.
Oh, is the podcast on Spotify? I mean, I should. I should check out the email. Like, I mean, sometimes we like pull questions and stuff from the email, but I haven't looked at it recently.
So this is clearly the last world.
Yeah, the last world.
Yeah.
I mean, is this like?
Oops.
Is there multiple levels in a world though?
Oh yeah. There's like 15.
I mean, that's what I assumed was the case.
Like every time. Ooh, look like there's something down there. Every time I go inside the like this swirly, starry, purple portal, that's a level. There's 15 levels in every world so far.
So you think you're man.
I mean we're a little past 11, but I think I feel like I'm close enough that it seems worth trying to finish.
Yeah.
I'm sure this world will be a lot tougher than everything else up to now, but I'll give it my best shot.
Oh, it's not listed as a perk on the YouTube page. It should. I'll look into it. I think that it's mainly because
Oops.
I didn't expect people to like use the YouTube members stuff very much at a point, and maybe I just didn't pay too close of attention to it. But I'll add that as a perk on there. I mean, it should work I'll check in on it right now. Let me see if I can figure it out while you're here, because maybe it's something that I needed to renew.
I assumed you had everything set up on that because I don't really
Yeah, I
know
mean, I
anything
thought I
about
did
that
too.
system.
I'm gonna see if I can figure it out right now. Go into Discord and get into the
There.
integrations.
Whoops.
Yeah, I mean it's showing here. Connect your partner. Oh, it has like a thing here. Let me see if I can.
Whoops. This world has very slow ragtimey piano music, which is an interesting choice. I mean, the music in this game has not been very notable for a game that is aping on platforming tropes. You would think it would have more notable of a soundtrack. I guess that might be my only particular criticism. You know, I think I'm, you know, it just in terms of like sort of retro style indie games I've played recently, I think this might be better than Grapple Dog, which would also make it better than Fuse.
I mean, here it's showing everything is correct.
You know, Grapple Dog had, I thought, one of the coolest boss fights I've done in a
But
while.
I'll look into it more.
The end of, was the third or fourth boss? It was a big dragon. It was, oopsie. It was really cool.
I'll look at it. I'll look into it more after the stream. But everything seems to be correct. But maybe I need to change something else. If you join a streamer's channel at any point before you hit the join server button in your YouTube connections, all you need to do is make sure to sync your YouTube account with your Discord account and wait up to 1 hour for Discord's member to kick in. So it's very possible it will kick in within an hour. So let's see.
Oh, crap. Okay. Where's some food?
I don't know though. I mean, I'm looking at our members list and it's like there's 58 members, but in Discord it says that there's only 9 members. So maybe I need to.
You mean 9 YouTube members?
Yes, that are like in the Discord.
From the YouTube program as opposed to Discord.
Well, it says that we have 58 YouTube members, but if I go into our server settings, it says only 9 people have the YouTube tag it's associated with it.
I see.
So I don't know. I'll look into it and I'll fix it.
Whoopsie.
I mean, I looks like I created that in 2018, so it's very possible.
Something expired. Some sort of
Maybe something
certification
expired. I don't know.
expired.
But it's possible they never linked their YouTubes to Discord. It's very possible. So I'll figure it out. But it'll be either after the stream or tomorrow. Now the green the cord is? Yeah, it's just my little right angle.
Huh? Oh,
I,
your right angle mic cord?
Yeah. It's so green. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
Okay. How do I can't. Oh, I think I know what I gotta do. I gotta lose my wings here, and then do that, except actually get the key. I like the visuals in Grapple Dog better. I mean, I like the graphics in this, but yeah, Grapple Dog, I really like its art style a lot. It does have a really great art style. I mean, Grapple Dog is good. Don't get me wrong. It for the most part, it's not exactly an above and beyond kind of game, but it is really good. And I really liked, especially that dragon boss fight. But I don't know, something about just chilling out with this game is pretty fun, I think. Oh, what was I thinking? I'm still in the middle of the Splatoon 3 single player and these Donkey Kong barrel fish. Make me think of the great Zap fish. Okay, I just need to... Yep. There we go.
Yeah, I'll figure that stuff out afterward, after the stream, etc.
Yeah, the YouTube members and Patreon is intended to be the same perks.
Yes, exactly. Meaning it's like that and exclusive videos. I mean, for the podcast, we actually stopped. I don't think I made like a thing about this, but we're doing something for a bit where people, supporters of both channels, would get the video versions that they could watch on YouTube a month before they would go public on the YouTube channel.
Ah.
But we just decided to like stop doing it because well, Chris was saying that he was getting some people that were like annoyed, like, you know, like, why do you keep on putting these videos, like sharing these videos on Patreon, and like
like his
every
Patreon
week,
members
so it's annoying.
didn't care.
Yeah. So now we just started doing them like the same day.
How did I do that the first time?
I think you just, yeah. You gotta just jump late so you missed that first one.
Yeah, and that's what happened the first time, but I've also like, oops. I got through it that way, but I've also like not landed on the first one and still like gone too fast and ended up dying. Oh, maybe I need to do my dash, and that would, since that would slow me down after I bounce off the
or do your
wall,
dash
that might,
like further back.
yeah. I mean, not like the running dash, but like the fireball thing. Because when I hit the wall, that worked. There we go.
There you go.
We're getting there. I can't turn around. Oops. For anyone who came to the stream late and doesn't understand the context of this game, this guy is a Goomba basically, and there's no D-pad movement. You can play the whole game with just one hand. He automatically moves, so that's why
you don't stop.
That's why I don't stop. I can't stop.
Don't stop. Won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop.
Yep. But I also can't turn around, like when when I have like the wings, for example. He doesn't turn. He only turns when he's walking. So I can only change my direction by bumping into a wall. Oops. Oh, that was an accident, but a good one.
I mean, imagine like your very existence going through life.
You just can't stop walking.
You can't stop walking. Like, how did he even make it this long?
Earlier today, that kind of makes me think I was, whoops! Is it Ford that makes the Expedition? There's a car that's an Expedition. I forget if it's a Ford or whatever. I was behind. I'm like, I didn't like actually like look up the etymology of the word, but I'm like, wouldn't the ped in expedition like likely be implying
walking?
Walking?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Which might be a bad, Ooh, I can get evil red eyes now. Look at me. I like
that you're wearing the Sherlock Holmes style hat.
Yeah.
Henry Clark says there's so many cars like that in history. The El Camino. The walk is the literal translation.
Oops.
Did you ever play VVVVV? Which I always assume is supposed to be like spikes, right?
Yeah, have you ever played? I played it. It was good.
Yeah, I played it on 3DS.
It's that is one of the games that is most disappointing to not have a physical copy of.
You know that there was like a physical copy that is on the is it on the PS4?
No.
That or Switch, I think. Whatever, but there's I mean it's what's their faces who did it like it was internal only, like people who like work at the company.
Oh.
And some of them kind of got out, I guess.
That sucks.
What's their faces? Wasn't it like the people that everyone, like a lot of people don't like, that did like Cave Story, like
Nicalis.
Yeah.
Oh, that stinks.
Because they did that, and they also did 1001 Spikes in that same way. Like that's a game I would love. And like I don't know why there's never been they never actually released those. It seems silly.
The 1001 Spikes is a game that I would not know exists if you didn't do that how to beat.
Yeah.
That's probably like the most obscure game that we did one of those on.
Yes. For sure.
What was that, like a Wii U game or something?
No.
Do you remember what system you played it on?
I'm pretty sure that it was on PS3. No, or PS4, PS3 or PS4. I'm pretty sure it was PS4 because I have it
PS4
on,
out.
It was cross-buy, so I probably have it on PS3, PS4, and Vita.
How many videos did we do before PS4 and Xbox One came out?
Well, let me go to the website and I can tell you. Because I know that Ratchet and Clank Into the Nexus
was the last video before. Like I was working so hard to finish that Ratchet and Clank Into the Nexus video the day before the PS4.
And then yours didn't even show up.
And mine didn't even show up. FedEx screwed up. I took the day off work. I was so mad. I think I talked Amazon to giving me a like $20 gift card as consolation.
Okay, so we did DuckTales Remastered, how to beat, Castle Evolution, how to beat, Star Fox. I did a video on Star Fox. Then I did a video on Wonderful 101. Then Zelda Wind Waker HD, how to beat. Then the Xbox 360, Wii, PlayStation 3, our favorite games of the generation. And then Killzone HD, then Ratchet and Clank Into the Nexus.
Oh, was Killzone HD a defining moment? What was that?
No, that was only one video. Just defining moment.
Oh, okay.
Well, there was.
There was a comment on that not long ago. Like, man, this is
like,
great
why
content.
is this this is great content.
Why'd you stop doing this? You literally only did it once.
Yeah.
Whoa. What? Was the Killzone HD just like a regular review?
Yeah, when we do like those plus and minus.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
The old days. The old days of 10 years ago.
I mean, what if we had never done an RGB video and we were like
We probably
the
wouldn't be
pluses
doing
and
this right
minuses,
now, honestly.
guys?
Would we? I mean, we probably wouldn't be doing. We probably wouldn't. We probably would not be doing the channel. I bet.
Maybe not.
So 2 cars. So we did 8 videos before that, and you know, you going back here, it's like we were releasing videos every 5 days. Or every week. Well, it was a week, and then it was 5 days.
If only we didn't make epics, you know.
Yeah, every 5 days. Well, there's only 3 days between releasing the How to Beat on Knack and then the Christmas Memories videos. I did that video on Rise, Son of Rome.
Mm-hmm.
The subtitle being A Reason to Buy an Xbox One.
You know,
And then, you know, like 2 videos later, then there was Kiwi Craze was like 6 days after that, and that was the first on camera. And then after that was the Return of Double Dragon, which still gets comments like
and
on
people
it.
are mad that you didn't love it.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't even talk about the Last of Us show.
Oh, I've heard absolutely nothing about it.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched it on Monday, and I'm excited to like see where it goes. I mean, I know where, but it is like real close.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that they're doing. I mean, there's like extra, like, you know, it spends a lot of extra time with Joel's daughter.
Uh-huh.
So then, like, you know, it spends like 20 minutes, like pre-outbreak, like
Yeah.
of just, you know, her going to school and stuff to kind of, you know, it makes you feel what happens a little bit.
I could
better.
see with like a series, like they would probably have a lot more flashbacks, like to his life before and with her and stuff.
I mean, I don't know
Because
if
there
they're
was
going to.
nothing like that in the games.
Right. Well,
Which is
I mean,
maybe a
I don't
little
think they're
surprising.
gonna. Like, I think that's what it is, and because it's not. I mean, it. You know, you like everything that happens from that point forward.
I mean,
is
we don't even really know like what Joel did or what his life
Right,
was
well,
really like
yeah, I don't
beforehand,
think
which
they're
is
gonna
maybe
do
not
that.
important, but
well, you know that he's done some shady thing.
has he?
And that's all you really need to know.
Before?
Oh, before, yeah, for sure.
Really? I never got
or
that. I don't.
No, in between. Like before the game, yeah. But like after the outbreak.
yeah. But I mean, I'm saying his normal
No. He was just, like,
pre-outbreak
working
life.
construction.
Yeah, that's like
Like,
never
I mean, him
talked
and his
about.
brother were just working construction. What I didn't realize is that the actor who plays Joel, like, I didn't realize that he was like from Texas,
Oh, okay.
and his voice just like sounds so close.
Yeah.
Like,
well, I mean, you know,
like, the way he speaks is so close.
I mean, what's his face? I'm trying to blank on his name. The guy who plays Joel in the games.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like he doesn't
Or
like
Baker.
seem like a typical Texan, but like he is from Texas. So that I
Yeah.
think that's why he's able to nail that character so well.
Yeah. But it's really good, and
Do you know how many episodes?
you
there's supposed to be?
definitely like there's definitely get chills when you like they use like the music from the game. Obviously, they're going to use it because it's like a Oscar-winning composer, like film composer.
Is he composing new stuff for the series?
I don't know. There's like it's like him and another, but they're like using the same theme and everything. I mean, it's cool. It has like a really cool like opening credits sequence and stuff of like the fungus like making out the logo.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like when you see like the whole, you know, like the collapse of everything, it's pretty cool. Like it kind of shows like how everything goes into chaos. Or you see like a little bit of escalation and things are getting weird. And also what's kind of cool is it opens with this flashback to like the 60s, like some TV show talking about how, you know, like fungus takes control of like ants and stuff and like makes them, it's like a real thing, you know? And they're like, oh, that could never happen to us, could it? So it's just kind of an interesting setup because it shows that this is something that kind of exists.
Right. Man, I cannot figure out how to get... What am I doing wrong to get that key? Oh, maybe I might get it. There we go. That's the ticket.
Yeah, it's good though. I liked the first one. I'm looking forward to.
So is it every Sunday?
Yeah,
For how long?
it's 9 episodes, I guess. And the first one, I guess, according to people in the chat, the first episode was an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh wow!
But I mean, the whole season is 9 episodes, and it's the first game.
So it's like basically going to be as long as the game almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game is longer than 9 hours.
Yeah, but I mean, it is pretty long. But I mean, it's going to be not that much shorter than an action game.
Yeah,
it seems, perhaps.
I think that they streamline their journey a little bit. Like the whole thing, like I heard something about how they made the whole bit that takes place in Pittsburgh in the game, like now takes place in Kansas City or something.
Oh, so they're like a little further down the road.
Yeah.
I mean, they
don't go like south. They just basically.
I mean, the game. I mean, you know, I have not played through the whole thing since it came out. I've never played through the PS4 version or the PS5 version yet. But like I remember they were out east so long, and oh, I gotta get that too. Yikes. Like then, like it was suddenly like way out west. Like it was a big jump, if I remember right.
Yeah, I just recently got The Last of Us Part 1 because I was kind of excited.
Yeah.
Now after like watching this, and I don't know if I'm gonna wait until like the show is over to play it, or if I'll play it before then. But I mean, I've really only played entirely through it on the PS3.
Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. Same with me.
But they're saying, you know, if they're gonna do the like they're gonna do the second one, but they're gonna have to make that like multiple seasons. They couldn't do that all in one season.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and it's also like they probably wouldn't do the non-linear story structure. which I thought was a cool idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be really interesting to like have a season be Ellie and another season be
That
Abby.
would be cool. I mean, they
And then
could do that, but
like a final season would be like the whole like Santa Barbara stuff, which like they.
well, it's
they
so
can't do
short in
that.
the game, though.
It is though, yeah. Like that would be. I think that'd be, like, in my mind, like that would be cool, but it's not feasible. I don't think. If they could make that work, it would be neat. But
I mean, I see
There's
Santa
no way it
Barbara
would.
as being like 2 episodes at most, probably.
yeah,
Most, honestly, like maybe 1. I mean, it was a really strange thing that the game did, is like, because you like are introduced to this whole new thing, and it's like so short.
yeah. Well, it'll be.
Definitely.
I mean, they
will-
got to be making a third one, like a third and final.
Without a doubt. I mean, the game.
But that just makes me
Kind of
wonder,
ends
like,
on
would that be
cliffhanger-ish,
finished in time
I
to
guess.
do a show? You know?
I do hope Naughty Dog does something original this generation, though.
Yeah.
They had nothing new
Mhm.
on the PS4, whereas they had. I mean, they had 2 entirely new series and 4 games on the PS3,
Yeah.
and they had like they had 2.5 games on. I mean, not counting like Last of Us Remastered, which I think was done in house. Like, not counting that, they released 2.5 games. I mean, Uncharted Lost Legacy is like, I guess you could say it's like maybe more like
Well, it's closer to.
two-thirds of a game.
Yeah, but it's also just in structure and the way that it plays. It's much closer to Uncharted 2 and 3 compared to 4.
What makes
I mean,
you
it doesn't
say
have like that one open area.
Well, I mean, I consider that to be relatively unique in the entire series.
Yeah. But I definitely am excited to see, future episode. I'm glad it seems to be doing pretty good. I guess it had like crazy good numbers.
Yeah.
So,
Is it the kind of thing that your wife would be interested in at all?
I thought about it. Like, I don't think that she'd be able to handle the intro. Like, she doesn't really like scary stuff very much.
Mhm.
And she always says that. She says, why do you always like, if you choose to watch a show, why do you always watch like things that are super stressful? And I don't think that she would be able to, like, even the intro, she'd be like, nope, I'm not going to watch this. Like, why would I spend my free time watching this,
Oops.
Speaking of Resident Evil, I had forgotten that there was that Resident Evil movie that came out. Remember that? I mean, have you seen that?
Not
I'm talking about the
Netflix thing.
I'm talking about the other thing. There was like it wasn't Welcome to Raccoon City, was it? Or was that the Netflix thing?
Gosh. I watched like most of the first episode of the Netflix show.
Oh, you watched the whole thing?
I say I watched most of the first episode.
Oh,
Which,
oh, most of the first episode.
I mean, honestly, like I mean, it wasn't that I like hated it or anything. It's just that, like, I was actually just like, I had an appointment, I had time to kill, and I didn't feel like doing anything else, so I was just like, I'll check this out. And I had to like leave before the first episode finished. I just never got around to finishing it, but like I didn't hate it, but it certainly wasn't really Resident Evil.
Well, that's exactly like my thoughts.
But it
too.
wasn't. It didn't seem bad.
I mean, I watched maybe like 4 episodes just like on in the background while I was doing something else.
Yeah.
But I see that and I'm just like I just think like why even make it Resident Evil?
Yeah. Oh, dang it. Okay, I think I'm starting to get what to do here.
Yeah, I think you gotta. See the Mega X6 says, I'm tired of zombie movies. Yeah, I'm pretty tired of zombie-like creatures. I was attacked by zombie-like creatures.
Okay, I get it. The problem is that it goes both ways. Got it. Oh, and that was it. I think that I have access to the new world, but this should be the last like level.
Mm-hmm.
So if it doesn't end up being anything too crazy, I want to try to do it because like this feels, because I've done all the other levels, so I don't want to skip a level in case that like changes the ending or something, you know?
Yeah. But speaking of movies, you watched Edge of Tomorrow.
I did, because you had you seen it before, or you?
Yeah, I saw it in the theater like a long time ago.
Okay, yeah, because you added to the voodoo that we share.
Yeah.
And like I
because
had not seen it, but it was on your mind because of
because of Returnal.
Returnal, and like Returnal 100% has to have inspiration from it. I mean, it's based on a
like a manga.
well,
Yeah.
I don't think it's a manga technically. I think it's what they call a light novel.
Oh.
Which is like more of a novel, but it has illustrations, I think.
Yeah. You had never seen it before, and so you liked it.
Yeah, I thought it was quite fun.
Yeah.
But like the blue monsters and stuff in it, like Returnal totally has to have taken inspiration from that as well. I feel.
Yeah. It's called Edge of Tomorrow, but you'll see it referred to as Live, Die, Repeat.
Right, like it says. Yeah, I looked it up. Like the manga, I think is called like
All You Need Is Kill, or
yeah, something like that.
Something
Yeah,
like
I looked
weird.
it up. And like the lady's name is the same as the character in the original as well.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy isn't, because I mean he was Japanese in the original.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty fun.
I mean, there's like it definitely, yeah, you're right about like the inspirations and stuff. But I mean, just like the general, like the movie itself just feels like it has like game inspiration.
Yeah, well, I looked up stuff on Wikipedia, and apparently, like the guy who wrote the Japanese original, said that like he was inspired by video games.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, it's good. It's good, and it's just it's really cool, like seeing him get better.
Mm-hmm.
After a certain point, he just, because I don't know, like it's such a weird thing, that he gets like sent to die, in this thing, and They definitely. He always has to like yell something before he dies. I mean, do they say how long he's like repeating the same day?
I don't think they explicitly did. And I like how like sometimes like when they're showing a new scene, you don't know right away until like you get clues in the dialogue later, like whether it's the first time that he got that far or whether this was a few runs in.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's saying you always die here.
Yeah.
I thought you were fighting the last boss here.
Well, when I opened up the new world, there was like it appeared the way it presented itself gave me the impression that it's a single level. And when I started the level, it said fateful finale, so this has to be.
Yeah. Right, there's not gonna be a final boss.
Well, I mean, the boss so far has not really been anything interactive, so I'm sure I'll fight the guy, but I don't know if it's going to be interactive or not.
I see.
So we'll see.
I hope this isn't gonna go to 1 a.m.
I feel like there's just no way it would. Like, I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, the difficulty level of this has been very, very mild, I'd say. It's definitely had some tricky spots, but it's easy to retry and everything. Generous checkpoints. It's kind of I think it's a nice little game to kind of chill out to.
Yeah.
Like it's just you gotta pay attention and push the buttons, but in some ways you like can you don't have to be super totally.
Could you play it with one hand?
You could, yeah. It says so in the instruction manual. Because I looked in the manual to see what the controls are to determine like what my controller options are, and
yeah,
Super Nintendo was the choice. Oops.
I haven't played Unraveled. I've been super tempted to get the Unraveled 1 and 2 combo pack that's internationally available for the Xbox One, but I never got around to it. I think it's like $18 too for the two games.
Why Xbox One?
Because I think that's the only one that there's a physical of both of them and
Interesting.
a compilation. I think the Unravel 2 was on everything, but the first one was only on Xbox. But maybe I might be wrong on that. Oh, the Unravel pack is for the PlayStation.
This kind of feels like it's got me leading up to the end.
So maybe there is a pack on there.
Oh. Sorry, this is going to midnight. I'm so close. Whoops.
So like every time he dies, it comes out of like sack.
It looks like some sort of like minion making juice. It's like I mean, she's a witch, so it's like
yeah.
It's like some sort of potion type stuff.
Do you ever mess around with the Tony Hawk Pro Skater games? I played 1, 2, and 3 a bit. 3 was always my favorite. never particularly good at them, but I played 3 the most. I mean, I had competitions with friends, like, see who could do the best on the airport level on that.
I mean, I remember a friend had them back in the day, but, you know, I've never had interest in skateboarding. But, you know, I will admit that, you know, when I booted up while testing, like, I think it was Mr. Core or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, this is actually, it feels really good. Like just the feel of controlling it is really good.
I'm gonna grab Anno
Ooh, this looks like
1800
it.
console edition. What is the Anno 1800? What is Anno 1800? Anno. What is that? Let me see what it is here. Oh, it's a city building real-time strategy game? Probably not. I mean, it doesn't sound unfun, but that just, I mean, doesn't seem like the kind of thing that I would go, be like, I need to have this.
Yeah, like that's a little. I guess outside.
Oh, is it tower defense? If so,
then that's a firm no from Coury.
Yeah.
I mean, I played a teensy bit of SimCity on the computers in school back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
But like city building, never really been something it's been one of my go-to gaming type of deals. I mean, it's fun in the context of something like Animal Crossing, I guess, but just like, you know, moving your cursor around and building a city or whatever, it just never been my thing.
I mean, I could see myself getting into it if I had nothing else to do.
Oh, I'm almost to the end here. And then it's probably going to take me to a cutscene where I take the Carrot Man's last life.
Finish him off. Kill him. Kill him!
Ooh.
Oh.
What am I doing wrong here? There we go.
Anno 1808 is an economy-based city island builder.
That
Not unlike Tropico.
sounds fun for people who are into it.
Yeah.
Oh!
What? Is it going to be your friend now?
Interesting. Downbeat ending, which is an upbeat ending. I don't know what these letters are. Oh, wow. Well, let's see what happens.
I see. So you've got, yeah.
I don't know what those letters are exactly.
Yeah, they're probably, like, you got to go find them in every level.
But I never saw one.
Are you going to get Forspoken?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I could see myself getting it when it's really cheap, maybe.
Yeah. Did I thought it was going to be like a young adult style, like, novel, like it would have the same feelings of a young adult novel. But then I saw some screenshots of the dialogue. I'm like, this is not a young.
Oh,
Did John share any of that stuff with you?
Yeah,
Like
he told me it's a little, colorful.
Yeah, I was like, this is not what I was expecting from it. I mean, that's went out on Tuesday or something.
Oh, is the game out?
It's out pretty soon, I think. The Chili Kingdom, huh? Oh, geez. They're beefing them up. Makes you kind of feel bad for him, right? Carrot guy. I don't think that Square Enix is in a situation like they were after the Final Fantasy movie.
No.
I mean, with the number of games they released in the last several months, it feels like they're almost like in a position like they were in the PS1 era before the movie came. Or it just seemed like they were releasing tons of games. And like interesting games and like interesting remakes. Although, I mean, does anybody know how Various Day Life is supposed to be? That cracks me up. It sounds like I see the name Various Day Life, and I'm like, I don't think they could title a game something that I would want to play even less.
It sounds like a Square Enix title AI generator.
Yeah, but it's also like, it's just like here's all the things you just do every day in your life. Like, I don't know. It's just there's something about it that just feels like that name single-handedly just makes me not want to play it. Zane's dad says best game title Raging Apathy. That sounds more fun than Various Daylight.
So I was Wart. That last form was probably supposed to be a reference to Wart, I bet. Oh, hey, there's like a photograph of real clouds.
Quenching thirst. This is such a downbeat ending. That's the bad ending, yeah. Reality Lancer says, I bought Soul Blazer solely because I thought the name was cool. Then you have a game called Various Daylight, the opposite effect.
Soul Blazer is a cool name.
It is. I mean, but Various Daylight, it's like, no. I don't want to play that. It could be amazing, but
what if it
I
is?
can't even tell you what it looks like. I don't think I've ever even looked.
I
at
looked at some screenshots of it. It's like it's got like Bravely Default style graphics.
I mean, I feel like it could be the same. When I hear the name Various Daylight, I imagine it being exactly the same game as Harvestella.
Well, it looked kind of like Metopia from the screenshots I looked at recently.
Really?
Yeah. Like it looked like there was like a party like walking like in a like probably automatically walking like across like a 2D plane, and they were going like be encountering various things in their varied day lives.
Oh, it almost looks like the character design looks like the
Bravely
Final
Default.
Fantasy IV remake and the
Bravely Default.
Yeah, Bravely Default. Like, is it the same team as that, you think?
I think so.
Created by the development team that worked on Octopath Traveler and Bravely Default.
Yeah, well, like, you know, they've like Octopath Traveler, Bravely Default, Various Day Life, Harvestella, like their logos are all like, well, maybe not Harvestella.
Diofield Chronicle.
Like, well,
they all use the same logo.
Diofield and Harvestella, I think, are actually a bit different, but like Bravely Default, Various Day Life, and Octopath Traveler, they're all like, they're basically the same logo. Triangle Strategy.
Triangle Strategy, yeah.
I mean, is Various Day Life a worse name than Octopath Traveler or Triangle Strategy? It might be.
Yeah. I mean, like, at least those other ones, you're like, what does this mean? But Various Day Life, it just sounds like so boring.
It sounds so boring, but you're also like, what does this
like
mean?
Some mystery with Triangle Strategy. Like, what does that mean? What is Octopath Traveler?
Octopath Traveler is weird, but like Triangle Strategy is a pretty bad name. That's a bad.
Oh, it's terrible.
It's a bad.
But
name. Octopath is
Various
weird,
Day Life. It just sounds like, man, that is a game that I don't want.
Triangle Strategy. I mean, that sounds like math. Sounds like you're trying to.
Well, it's almost like
you're trying to calculate the hypotenuse.
It's like we're gonna call right now. It's just Project Triangle Strategy, right?
Yeah, that's what they started. It was
like,
Project
okay, so
Octopath
they
Traveler.
couldn't think of a better name, so like we'll just like go with the.
Wow,
the
I don't think I've ever seen like social media icons like in a game.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of funny.
Triangle Strategy feels like a working title because I think it was.
It was, and so was Octopath Traveler, and then it just ended up being that. So these letters, I have no idea how you get them. I never saw one. How many worlds? Okay, there were 7 worlds
That's a
and
lot
then
of
that, and I need 8 letters. Gosh, I have no idea how you do that, but I bet it's kind of hard.
I mean, are they in the icons there?
No, they're not. It's like the well, every once in a while there's a different icon. There's like the cassette tapes that the cow wouldn't let me get because I hadn't opened up enough portals. And then there's
So you can go back and play levels with your newly acquired powers.
That's true. That's true. But I still never even saw one, like even a hint of one. None of these icons are the letters. So I don't know. I mean, I'm calling it beat.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
I enjoyed it, but I just don't know how to get that extra ending. I don't know. But I mean, with a game like this, like how would you expect it to end anyway? Like,
yeah,
there's no expectation for how this would end.
Well, you got the downbeat.
But no, I thought that was a pretty fun, chill time.
Yeah.
Like I said, you know, they still got copies, so I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I firmly feel that like I don't need this game, but it was fun to watch someone else play it.
Yeah. I enjoyed it. Yeah. So anyway, thanks everyone for watching.
Yeah, thank you to everybody who donated tonight.
Yeah, and we'll be back next Sunday.
Yep, hopefully everybody has a good week ahead of them. And you know, enjoy yourself.
You didn't before I shut off. You didn't miss any.
No, I've been.
Miss any.
Yeah, I can glance at it and nope.
All right.
I got